Alright, what do we got? Everything looks like it's running the way it's supposed to. So let's get in here and let's party. Let's friggin' party. We like to party. We like to party. Today we're gonna go drown in perk gems because at least for right now, they're still fairly valuable. People are gonna catch on, and the prices are gonna plummet. But for now, I made 20,000 gold in about 2 hours last night, which is pretty good. And I didn't even sell all my gems. I only sold gems that were worth like 2k plus. So, or sorry, perk charms, not gems. That were worth 2k plus. So there's lots of opportunity for getting some good perk charms out here. Now, that was in the middle of the night after the reset last night, so there weren't nearly as many people to fight. And so, you know, that's fine. We're going to go out there again today. We're going to see if we can't get some perk charms. We're going to spend a decent amount of time out here, I think. We'll go until we get frustrated with dying, because I'm going to lose. I lost most of my fights last night. I did just absolutely annihilate a couple of people. One of the things about Life Leech Hatchet is that if you get on somebody and they're out of stamina or something like that and they can't get away, you can just melt them. They just evaporate. And you stay pretty healthy. It feels pretty good. Something I do need to start doing is I do need to try to avoid more attacks. And honestly, I think that probably going medium armor for PvP would be better than the full heavy. It would just allow me to move around and be a little more active chasing people and stuff like that. So we'll see. I mean, you know, you got to have your PvE build first. You can't worry too much about your PvP build before you have something decent to PvE in. Okay, should have done this earlier. But pretty much all of my perks are kind of online now. I got some new equipment. I am wearing the elemental chest. So I have my 5% mitigation. Nice. There's a hardened alluvium. Oh, I see somebody. Could have sworn I just saw somebody riding in. Must be losing my mind. Yeah, but that hardened alluvium is pretty nice. Dark crystals, also nice, although can just get a ton of those. Maybe it was one of these alligators I saw or something. But hardened alluvium is something you can only get from PvP content. And so this is not the best place to get hardened alluvium. OPR chests are definitely the best place to get hardened alluvium. But it is a nice little bonus out here. You get almost 100 gold per hardened alluvium. So totally worth it. Although I think that's probably going to change just as much as everything else. Yo, what's up, Charles? How are things going for you out here? I saw that you made your new character on our server last night. Where'd you get to? Level 16? Nice. Good job. Yeah, so I was open for characters. Yeah. Yeah, it's honestly really nice because it's definitely the most open server right now. We still have more than enough people. Everything's super active still, but not ever having any queues is awesome. Hey, another hardened alluvium. Holy shiznit. Today's my lucky day. Said that I can't transfer. Yeah, it is sad that you can't just transfer your main. That would have been great. The regen thing is rough. I honestly kind of hate that there's always 2 regions in NA for that reason. Okay, I guess I pissed off everybody. Silly little ghosts. Fine, I'll rush to max level by this weekend and have you carry me to gear. Yeah, so I mean, honestly, the best place to get your base level gear is just up there in the sun tower. No carrying necessary, but once we get you a base level gear, we'll go run some catacombs and stuff and start working towards some set items. Absolutely. 100%. I'll save you up some of these perk charms that I'm getting out here. What build are you planning on playing when you get out here? Or when you get up here? Ooh, there's definitely some PvP going on in here. This is probably the best place to farm. So there's usually a lot of people fighting. There they are up there. I kind of want to go third party their fight a little bit. Ooh, why am I so low on health? Well, they fight over there. Man, there's too many people out here. We might actually have to start trying to kill these people. It's just letting them be alive is bad for business. Jackass. Escape. Keep life stealing? No. Bummer. No, I'm not flagged for PvP in the open world. I'm in the force flag region. There's that area of Cutlass Keys where you have to be flagged, but it's dropping perk charms out of the chests. So we're going down there to farm perk charms. I honestly should probably stop going specifically to this area. It's the best area with the most good chests. But that also means there's more people there, which means it's the worst area. So we'll probably just head down here and go to this other region that I've been to a lot. Hopefully it'll be less players and less good players. You know, all the best players are obviously going to go to the best spot. And so, unless I want to deal with people who are better than me, kicking my ass, it's best just to go somewhere else where I don't have to fight people who are better than me. Yeah, it's been for a long time. I think since the Angry Earth update. It's been here for at least a year. But it's all the way down in the bottom left of Cutlass Keys here. Way down in the bottom left of the map. And so there's a currency here. So all of these resources, there's a ton of resources, right? Cursed runewood trees, but all the resources are cursed. And so what happens is when you die out here, you drop most of what you picked up. So you've got these cursed runewoods, for example, but you get more per like tree that you cut down and stuff. So you can get more resources faster, but then you have to fight to keep those resources. And people can come and kill you, and then you'll drop your resource. Well, most of them. You don't actually drop all your resources, you just drop most of your resources, and then it allows you to keep a little bit. But yeah, I just picked up most of that guy's stuff. Hey, another hardened alluvium. But so these doubloons, you use them at the well in Cutlass Keys City, and there's like special stuff you can buy there at the well, and so all that stuff, right? The doubloons and all the resources and stuff you drop if you die, but now you also drop perk charm pieces like the alluvium, and you can also drop full perk charms, and those resources um, don't drop when you die. So any charms that guy just picked up, that I just killed, he's just good. He gets to keep those, even though I killed him. So it's much, much better to come out here into the flag region now than it ever has been in the past, because you get to keep a lot more of your loot. You get to keep the most important parts of your loot. I made about 30 or 40,000 gold yesterday off of perk charms. I only sold about 20,000 of it so far, but I have, another like 20,000 worth. So, and that was only in about 2 hours of being out here last night. I mean, so the thing is, though, is that it doesn't really matter if you die, right? Like, who cares? And, I mean, there are going to be sweaties out here, right? This is probably the best currency farm, probably the best gold farm available in the game right now. So there's going to be sweats, but most of them are over in that area I was at just a little while ago. Or at least most of them are going to be out in that area I was in just a little while ago. Because that's where the most big chests are. And so that's where they're going to go. Because that's going to be the best farm. So if you go somewhere else, like I'm over here now, and you saw that person that I fought just now was significantly weaker than the people I had been fighting over in that other area. But it looks like he got most of the chests right over here. So I need to go across into this zone. And we're just going to see if we can't find some more of the big chests. Because that's where you get most of the charms, is from the big chests. These little chests can still sell them. Alright, I'm not going to chase that person. They're going to mount up, that's fine. But yeah, most of the charms come from the big chests. But the stashes can also drop charms. And you can't drop the charms and you can't drop the perk charm or the items. So as soon as you pick them up, you're in the clear. Even if you die, you get to keep them. So who cares? It's fun to be out here. I like open world PvP. I like 1v1 PvP. I think it's a lot of fun. I think it really helps hone skill. It really helps you with your awareness. And there you go, empowering torrent charm. Now I have that, though. Even if I die, that's not going anywhere. That's mine. Now it is a free-for-all zone. So coming out here as a group is totally against the rules, which I'm surprised that nothing has happened because of how valuable the charms are and because of how few ways there are to get them outside of crafting and how expensive the crafts are. It really shocks me that none of the guilds have come out here and like cordoned off an area, like that big main area. Not that I think that they should or that it would even be in good form, but it surprises me that none of them have gotten in like all the entrances over there and just blocked it off so nobody else can go in there and open chests and just kept all the chests for themselves. It really surprises me. Maybe they just haven't figured it out yet, or I don't know. Maybe the big guilds on this server are less butt faces than I expected. All right, we got a big chest here. Come on, give me something good. Sometimes I can get even two. No. I mean, you can technically, but it's against the rules, and I would never. It angers me way too much to run into people out here who are teaming to ever be willing to do it myself. It's so frustrating to come out here trying to look for fights. Trying to do the right thing or whatever. And then get murked by two people who are in a group. Because, I mean, a 2v1 is almost impossible. And, I mean, if you came out here with a pocket healer, it would be silly. Of course, I guess technically you really can't heal another person out here because you're all flagged for PvP and there's no like faction tags or anything. So it actually might be impossible. I guess that explains why I've never seen somebody out here with a pocket healer. Because let's face it, if it's going to give you an advantage, somebody's going to do it. It's just the way gamers are. I'm getting so many fewer charms over here than I do in that main area. Because there's so many fewer of the big chests. This is gross. The game allows it, then it's not against the rules. That's not true. That's not true at all. It's the only place to farm charms. No, you can get charms from pretty much any PvP content. But it does have to be PvP content, so you can get them from like OPR chests. But this is definitely the most abundant place where you can get charms. Absolutely. You can also get them from elite chests. So people are always running around doing the elite chest runs where they go and, you know, pick up all the big chests in all the different areas. Technically, you can get them from those, but a much rarer instance. I've only gotten a couple in all of my time. They are much rarer. You are not going to get them from chest runs very often. That is not a good source of charms. It's a good source of everything else, but it is not a good source of charms. Oh. Sounds like somebody's fighting something. I heard that player character angry yell. Oh, there's a person. I want to get the drop on them. I don't usually want to start a fight where the other person sees me at the same time I see them. If you're going to start a PvP engagement, it's better to start it when you know where they are and they don't know where you are. But now I don't see that person anymore. Man, there are just not nearly as many chests out here. Feels bad, man. There's a big boy chest. How is this dude still chasing me? Dude, go home. Chests out here are also like nodes everywhere else, where if you start picking it up, it stays partially collected. So you'll see I got about halfway on that one, so it stayed about halfway. So you can start grabbing them because they're not a per person resource. That resource is contested. So if I get that chest, nobody else sees the chest until it respawns. I really should probably stop using my skills to fight these guys. I should actually probably just keep my hatchet out and fight them with my hatchet. Because if I keep using my skills to fight enemies, I'm gonna get ganked on, and I'm not gonna have my skills to help me. Especially like my stun. Wasting my stun on the PvE is pretty stupid. Am I probably gonna keep doing it? Probably. Does it make me a moron? Yes. Especially when I could just do this and keep my health all the way up because I've got all this leech. Somebody just came through here. I saw him down underneath me, but I don't see him now. And I'm not getting nearly enough. There we go. Lizard girl. Oh my gosh, that lifesteal. I should have gotten out of that. Damn, that was stupid. You never fight a void gauntlet inside of their little void thing. That's how you get killed. Stupid, stupid, stupid. But you see, I lost a lot of my doubloons, and I lost some of my other resources and stuff there. But then everything else turned back into regular resources. So now I get to keep these. So I can even take these back in there. And it doesn't matter. I don't really like this area. There weren't enough big chests. I mean, this is obviously like the spot here. But this area wasn't nearly as valuable as I'd kind of hoped. Maybe I can do something in this first little area here. There are quite a few chests, but again, because people are always going past here, they're not great. People are always farming these as they run by. There's another person over there, and I got 2 enemies on me. That's bad. Oh, there's 2 people over there. It looks like they don't want to fight. Get away. I see you. Yeah, you go ahead and fight that guy while I go ahead and grab this. Thanks, bud. I'm gonna let him beat the crap out of you, and then I'm gonna steal whatever you get. Oh, there's no chest or anything. That's too bad. Yoink. Now you fucked up, dude. Run away! Blunderbuss sucks from range. You suck. Oh, she left. Oh, she's trying to get that chest. Not gonna let that happen. Oh no. Oh, I'm in a bad spot. Run away! I wish I had a ranged weapon. Don't get the chest. I'm coming to stop you. Ah, she got the chest. Damn it. Blunderbusses are like the anti-melee, man. You get hit with that burst and you're just toast. Take so much damage and they get so much leech. Why did it bring me back here? Fucking stupid ass piece of shit game. Oh, you know what? I'm not using my freaking PvP shield either because I'm an idiot. It's too bad. Almost had that person. Almost had him. Only being able to get 2 charms there, though, was just really not worth it for me. I got so many more last night. I mean, look at all these charms I've got. I got all these last night in just a couple hours. Probably just have to be something I need to do when there aren't as many people. Or maybe if I'm just like stupid strong, you know? But you can go through here and we'll see. See if I can find some that are worth a little bit here. Burdening Smite, only worth a couple hundred, probably not worth selling. We'll just hang on to it. Compound Whirling Blade is actually worth a decent amount. Oh, no, it's not. Feral Rush, Crippling Charm. Feral Rush might be worth a little something. Nope. Late night or very early morning. Yeah. So last night I was on from like 4:30 to 6:30 in the morning. And it went very well. For the first hour or so, there were other people there fighting me. But then after that, it was just all me by myself. There's a couple of these that were worth about 1,000 or so. Yeah, here we go. That I didn't sell yesterday because I don't know why. But let's put them up. What does Enfeeble do? Weakens, okay. Exhaustive net shot, nope. Mending Vortex. Worth a little bit there. The real problem is all of these prices are going to tank now. Like, hard. Because I think people are starting to see this Purity of Light charm. Well, it's not worth very much. I should just be selling everything because the prices are only going to go down. But whatever. Vigor. Surprised Vigor isn't more valuable. But you can see in my orders over here, I got a bunch of them that were put up. I put them up for just underneath whatever the lowest price was. So, Shirking Heals might not be as valuable as that. But, and Contagious Upheaval, I don't know. But lots and lots of really expensive perks in there. I don't mind the PvP. The problem is that the PvP is getting in the way of my goal right now. And this is why I think games have such a hard time. They try and create this weird risk-reward PvP system, but the PvP just gets in the way of the rewards. That's why I like OPR and stuff so much. Because OPR, you're getting those rewards whether you win or lose or whatever. It's just a time investment thing. So I'm not running around like trying to loot chests while somebody's beating on my ass. And so the PvP is the way you get the loot, not something that gets in your way of looting. And I would like to see that carried out more. I'm going to keep going out here, right? And I'm going to keep fighting and I'm going to keep doing this because it's just too valuable. The charms are too good. And so even if the prices tank, it's still going to be valuable to come out here because you want to get the charms because you don't want to have to use a chromatic seal on them because chromatic seals cost 2,000. So every time you come out here and you get a charm that you actually want to use, you save yourself minimum 2,000 gold. That doesn't include, you know, any other resources that you might pick up or anything like that, or resources you might use to make the things you want. And it's good. I mean, they needed to get this FFA space back into the rotation, right? People weren't playing it, and it was just kind of this waste of an area. It's a lot of gold. My main is sitting on 70k right now. If I sold everything in my storage, would probably hit gold cap twice over. Yeah, so this character only has a couple, maybe 200 hours of playtime on it. Because this is the character I built brand new when we came over when they did the New World Eternum launch a year ago. And they put the game out on consoles. This is that character that I made. And we didn't play New World for very long during that time. Before I kind of got frustrated and quit. So this is that same character. So I don't have a lot of gold. I don't have a lot of trade skills. I don't have a lot of things. But that's okay. We're going to get there. And this is the first step, is coming out here doing this. The other option is to come out here so everybody is really, really congregated in the areas where you can go to pick up chests right now. So there's potentially an opportunity to come out here and look for other things to get, right? Like orichalcum, like, you know, these mithril woods, like all these other resources that you can farm out here. And if you go, was that a player? Nope. Looked like a fireball, but it was that blunderbuss dude. But yeah, I mean, there's lots of different stuff you can go do out here because you get way more resources if you farm resources out here. And as you can see, as I'm walking around, there's just so many nodes. And people don't really do it because, you know, if you get killed, somebody else gets all your rewards. But if everybody is really, really centralized on just these areas where you go to pick up the chests, then there's probably a good chance that you can just come out here and farm resources and then take that stuff home. We might have to build ourselves a little route for some of the more expensive resources. I don't think I've ever seen lodestone out here. It might be a little hard to find some lodestone, but it might be worth it to look. Because as expensive as lodestone is right now, if there's lodestone out here, you'd be in the money. Especially because lodestone already drops in such high quantities when it drops. You would get tons. But I don't think that there's any out here. When we first came out here and started doing this, right, when we were playing New World before, we talked a lot about game theory. And that's one of the things that I think is important about this FFA zone is the idea behind the best strategies for game theory. And so, because I don't necessarily know the strength of everybody I run into out here, I really should not be attacking them. Oh, we got some people fighting over there. Yeah, so there's 3 other people out in this area right now. Whoops. Got you. Get fucked on, dude. Come third party my fight. What is up? I just beat everybody's ass. Holy crap, that was fun. Ooh, I feel good. I'm a little stressed out, and my heart rate is up. Ton of lodestone and cutlass keys, but it's not in the PvP area. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't think it was. Got the freaking double kill, dude. Took over this whole zone. Unfortunately, no chests. All the chests are going to be back, and then all those people are going to be back too. Ooh, there's one. Ooh. Thank you, Charles. I feel pretty good about myself right now. I'm feeling myself. Cause he's bad, bad, Leroy Brown. Baddest man in the whole damn town. Badder than old King Kong. Meaner than a junkyard dog. Oh, there's another person. We might be about to get in another fight here. They're fighting some PvE over there. Just gotta keep my eyes peeled here. There's so many people out here. It is definitely not as good to be coming out here during the daytime when there's other players. We might not have any choice but to keep killing people just to keep the chests for myself. I hit that person hoping to stop them from opening that chest. And then, you know, they had obviously already gotten it open. But I do think I'm going to start just fighting everybody because with other people here, I'm just not going to get as many chests. There's like 10 or 11 big chests here. And if I can get all of them, or at least get them most of the time, then I'll get a lot of charms and it'll be worth it to be out here. But if I'm not getting them, then it becomes really pointless to be out here. Doubloons just aren't that valuable. Oh, I think Lizard Girl is the person who killed me earlier, I think. So I might actually have to avoid her. I think I can pretty much kill everybody else that's been out here. But I don't know about her. She was kind of strong. There's a big chest. And no enemy guarding it. Good deal. Oh, I still am not using my PvP shield. I'm an idiot. So blunderbuss is strike or thrust damage, I wonder. Because I don't actually know off the top of my head. But with his, as common as blunderbuss is, and because blunderbuss is so good for catacombs, and that's the other kind of best place to farm, I think, right now, is the cats. Blunderbuss is probably going to be even more popular because people aren't going to want to make two builds, right? They're going to want to kind of stick to one and get it in a really good spot before they start making a second build. So whatever the best PvE thing is, or whatever the best PvE content is, it is thrust. Okay, so we need to... This person chasing me around? So we need to get on some thrust resist, which I have quite a bit of thrust absorption, but we'll take that over other types, right? So slash, thrust, fire, I think those are probably my best absorption options. Reaper Ninja. There's Paul Pounder. I might just leave Paul Pounder alone. He seems like such a sweetheart. He hasn't even looked at me funny yet. Hey, there's Reaper Ninja again. God, I really should just fight everybody. This is so hard for me because I don't like being a jerk. Like, I'm happy to share the space with people, but I'm not getting nearly enough chests. There's too many people out here and they're not dying often enough. They're getting too many chests. Getting too many chests. Ooh, I didn't even get a charm there. I heard the fight yelling. Ooh. Big chest. Gonna yoink this one. I think they're fighting on the other side of this building. Don't come over here, Paul. Oh, Pud. I thought that said Paul Pounder. That says Pud Pounder. Lidger Girl is the one earlier that you fought 1v1 and almost had them and then she won. Okay, good deal. Sorry, dude. Oh, yeah, you are definitely not strong enough. You gotta... Oh, shit. Damn it, he got it. He's trying to be a ninja, like his name implies. Yo, I'm not getting nearly as many charms as I did last night. I was getting like a mess ton of charms last night. What is going on? Too many people's like throwing off the loot or something. It's very upsetting. Right, I'm off work, so I'm heading home. He heading out. Have a good time. See you in the game. Yeah, have a good time, man. Can't wait until you get up here. We can start running around doing the things. Yo, this dude was strong. Holy cow. Yo, what's up, Chris? How you doing? How's your stuff going on over there? Did you finally get you and all your friends on the same server? When you start looking to get charms, come out to the free-for-all zone. This is where you get all the charms at. Unfortunately, oh, that sucks, dude. I'm sorry. We're trying to decide what server we want to play on. Okay. I'm just saying, Pangea's open. Looks like we're finally getting a bunch of these chests here. I think I kind of scared off enough of the people. Shoot, I got 1,400. Oh, there's Reaper Ninja. I need to go kill that fool. He's picking up too many of my friggin' chests. They're mine. All your chests are belong to us. I want to see Bud Pounder kill me. Now I finished my quest. Send me home. Thanks, Bud. It surprises me that Lizard Girl isn't just coming over here and killing me again. I will end up probably leaving her alone because she can beat me. But if Reaper Ninja comes over here, I'm gonna mess him up. I gotta admit, I haven't had this much fun out here, probably ever. Normally, I just get mutilated out here. I think my build might actually be better than I thought it was. Somebody half picked up this cursed horde and then left it. I wonder what happened. They see somebody coming and run away, and that other person didn't realize that the chest was there or something. Please get out. Oh, that was so freaking close. So freaking close. Oh my gosh. She just made so many doubloons off of me. How did I not get a single charm while I was out there that time? That sucks. That's some straight bullshit. I opened so many big chests. Okay, well that's just not worth it during times when there are people out there then. Because we've been playing for an hour, and I've gotten like 2 charms. Last night I played for 2 hours and got like 20 charms. So I don't know what the difference is, but it ain't worth it to be out there if I'm not going to be getting the stuff I want. Ooh, old crown plus 6 to all attributes. There's another one that does 9. I guess there's probably not much point in that one then. Runic Greaves. Activating a heart rune will grant 23% move speed for 6 seconds, gains 7% haste. while Heart Rune is fully charged. Nope. Let's get a small faction token bundle. And then let's go see about our Season 10 stuff here. What did we get? We got 4 on the activity card. We got 2 of these. We got 2 of these. Nice, nice, very nice. Let's see, we can do... Well, we still need a thing or two. Did I finish a reward? I did. Ooh, I finished a couple of rewards. Man. I can't believe that lizard girl beat me again. That's so sad. Oh, that's cool. Hit the left caret. It opens up that little window there. So you can change your sets. That is a pretty big bummer. But it's definitely not worth it to be out there for me right now. Even as good as I was doing, I mean, I was murking fools. If I hadn't got stuck that second time she broke out that void aura skill, I kind of got like stuck inside of her aura. If that hadn't happened, I'd have been in such a better spot at the end of that fight. I would have definitely won that. That was such a close fight. I wish that I could be like the cool kids. I don't know why I ran all the way out here to go to the storage when there's a storage inside of the inn that I just teleported to, but whatever. That's fine, I guess. Let's go ahead. The reason I came over here was to get my keys. Because I do want to go open this chest. It's apparently got a bunch of doubloons. I got some extra coconuts. And I just want to spend my coconuts. So we'll go get some doubloons here from this, hopefully. And spend them. Oh. This person has been playing the game since launch. They've been on the server with me. They were on Valhalla. And we never really got along. No, I don't really like them. But they've had that guild, the Stoics, the entire time. I'm honestly kind of shocked. I'm a little bit impressed. Even though I don't like them, you gotta respect the grind. It's only 500? Can I only open it every now and then? What are you two nerds doing? Silly geese. Silly, silly geese. All right, let's go get all of my doubloons. Let's centralize my doubloons. Because I got doubloons all over the freaking place right now. It's ridiculous. So let's go through all my storages here. No doubloons. No doubloons. No, oh, 900 doubloons. No doubloons. 700 doubloons. No doubloons. No doubloons. No doubloons. No doubloons. No doubloons. No doubloons. 1900 doubloons. Yo, I got so many doubloons. What's going on? I'm in the money. I'm in the money. All right. 4,100 doubloons. I can open up 2 big old chests. So you get a coconut and a bunch of... Oh, so you can only open one of each type a day. Okay. Well, what do I want to do here? I need a new helmet. Let's open up a big helmet here. And I need a new leg armor, maybe? Let me go take a peek here. Thrust, abyssal, strike, slash. I like both of those. Abyssal, thrust, void, and well, I like both of those too. So this is the one I want to change. But then if I don't get life drinkers or life stealers draw, then I need the other. But for now, we'll focus on helmets. And we'll focus on... Well, that's an interesting one. That fire harnessing is too bad, but health and wellness on the same. It's got an empty gem slot. If it didn't have fire harnessing, this is actually a pretty good helmet here. Unfortunately, that's not a charm slot, so... So this is a great item for a strength-based fire build with the Inferno. That's actually kind of a perfect item for it. Let's go ahead and make another leg armor. And let's see, because if we can get Life Drinker's Draught, or Life Stealer's Draught on a leg armor, that would really open things up. Empowering Rending Throw. Let's see. If that's not a skill, well, even if it is a skill slot, we probably don't want it, but it's not. Wellness, Refreshing, Enchanted Ward. These Enchanted Wards are obviously really powerful. Empowering Rending Throw, Wellness. We don't want this one. I don't do throwing very much. But we're gonna lock that. We're gonna keep that. We might do something with the Inferno one day. You never know. Let's see about this dude. We want to buy... Okay, we got 3 hours until we can buy another chromatic seal here. I think the queues are still jacked up. So because of what happened to Amazon Web Services, I guess the cross-server queues are broken right now. So if you queue, you're only queuing in your server. Which is no bueno. Let's take a look here. Let's look at my trade skills. So I'm at 166 woodcutting and 164 weaving. I think I need hemp for my weaving. But let's actually go back out. So there's no point in gathering up charms right now out here. But that actually doesn't mean that there's no point in being out here. Because I can farm a lot of resources out here. So let's go see how that works. Let's go see how that feels. And there's another thing I want to check. So mithril ore veins can drop you gems. So I know that the cursed ore, or the cursed resources drop when you die, or at least most of them do. But I wonder if the gems are cursed as well. I doubt that they are. So it would mean any pristine gems you got while you were out here. I need to put out a video. We're going to do that tonight. I'm going to put out a video about this region. Like how to make the most out of the FFA PvP zone. Because I bet there are a lot of people who just don't come out here because they don't want to get killed. And that's totally understandable. But there are some benefits potentially to coming out here. And you might be able to get some good stuff without dying. Right past that dude. Right past this dude. That's been picked. This hasn't. Nice. While we're on our way out here, we might as well stop and get these cursed stashes. It'd be silly to just walk past them and not pick them up. And I am not a silly man. I was talking to myself again. I'm a dum-dum. Each one of those hardened alluviums that I get, so those hardened alluviums are a resource that you only get in PvP. You get them from OPR. Again, I think I said this earlier, this is not the best place to get hardened alluvium. Doing OPR and opening OPR chests is definitely better. But this is a decent source, and since you're also getting charms, this is a nice little bonus. So let's take a look here real quick. Let's go into, whoops. Let's equip our mining gear. So this is why things might get a little dangerous out here. But I just got 67 iron ore from that one vein. From mining out here. Which is a lot. You don't get that much ore from mining normally. But I think if we come out here into this area, so I need two things. I need wood and I need fibers. So I think if we come out here into this wildernessy area, right around out here, I think we'll be able to find a decent amount of wood and fibers. There aren't going to be as many people out here because, yeah, 62 cursed runewood. So it's cursed, right? I'm going to drop it if somebody kills me. But somebody has to come kill me for that to happen. Let's see how difficult these pumas might be. Okay, we're totally good. Even in our mining gear, shouldn't be a problem to keep ourselves protected against these. But there are a couple of things I want to see. Actually, I might have already picked up a gem. We're going to check. I think I picked up a gem from that first iron node. Nope, doesn't look like it. So we need to see a couple of things. I want to see if gems have that cursed status. So they drop if you die. If they do, then we'll have to think of something else. I don't actually want the runewood. Here we go. I want ironwood. But here's 3 nice cursed mithrils. Likely I'll get a gem here. The mithril isn't really worth anything, but because it drops gems fairly often. That was a medium, and I got 55 mithril from that. But FFA is more valuable than it ever has been up to this point because the charms don't drop when you die. And so it's not only valuable for getting charms because of that, but because so many people are now more focused on the charms, it's now even more valuable for farming resources because there are just going to be less people getting in your way while you're doing that because they're going to be focused on farming charms and stuff like that. Cursed wood has a decent sell price. It's almost a gold. I think it was like 0.8 when I looked at it. Maybe that was ironwood. But the prices of resources is actually going up. I don't know if just less people are farming resources or what the deal is, but basically all the resources I've looked at have been going up in price, which is great. What have I picked up that I want to see? My moats. Where's my moats at? Okay, so those moats aren't cursed, obviously. These things are respawning really quickly. Also a great place. So one of the things that's interesting is the amount of XP you get when you're gathering is determined by the number of resources you gather. And so coming out here is also probably going to give you a lot more resource or a lot more XP, which is going to mean going through all of those reward tracks faster. So if we look, we chop down this tree, we get 66, we get 9,923. That last one we got 67. I think we got just a little more than that. But we'll keep looking just to make sure that I'm not wrong. What's that, a platinum? Yeah, we can get gems from platinum, so we definitely want to do that. The other good thing about these rare metal resources is you can turn these into gem boxes. So yeah, look at that, 169 platinum ore. That's crazy. You also get these unusual ores and stuff out here, so definitely we want to be getting as much luck as we possibly can in all of this stuff. I don't have gathering for all of the different things, but yeah, so the gems are also not... Why is my iron not cursed? Are the iron nodes not cursed out here? Holy crap, the iron nodes are not cursed out here. That's interesting. I bet you that means regular wood, not cursed. Interesting. Okay, so the baseline materials don't appear to be cursed. That is really interesting. Hemp, not cursed. And I feel like maybe I'm still getting the benefit of having a lot. Maybe not. I'm not 100% on that. Those might just be regular nodes, and so they might just give a regular amount. But that's really interesting. I need to look for some orichalcum tier. Wood. I need some ironwood. Get 100 wire fiber from that one plant. That's crazy. Yeah, there's so many things now that you get to keep no matter what. Ooh, lodestone. Yo, there is lodestone out here. Ooh, there's some silk. And it's cursed, which means hello yield. 63. Yes. Yes. Okay. We're in the money now, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the fudgin' money now. We might be about to just spend all of our time out here. Just getting resources. Yeah, so much more. Yeah, this is where to come for resources. Holy crap. Especially if you're doing something like harvesting fiber, you'd be pretty safe out here. So mining and chopping down trees really kind of gives you away, right? You whack a tree or you hit a rock or whatever, and it reverberates really hard. And so you can get, somebody sneaking up on you. Ooh, nice. And a chest out here. If there's going to be cursed hordes just out in the middle of nowhere, that's something we should be looking at. There's a quest little thing over there. But maybe if we can find some of these cursed hordes that are out in the middle of nowhere. Is this platinum? Yeah, if that's platinum, it's worth it. For those gems. Look at all that. It's so much platinum out here. This is silly, dude. I'm loving this. I actually do need the weird wood here. Ooh, and I need this. But not only are there more gathering nodes, you actually don't need as many gathering nodes because you get so many more resources. So you have the benefit of more abundance twofold. And I definitely think it's worth it now. Because I haven't seen anybody out here gathering resources. I've only picked like 2 wire fibers. I've got 200 wire fiber. I don't think I want this orichalcum, but I definitely need to see if I can't find some more lodestone. Look at that chest. Give me some charms, dude. Dang it. I don't know what happened between last night and this morning, but I am unhappy with the number of charms I've picked up today. Unhappy. Ooh. That dude almost got me. Hey, thwarting trip charm. Not really useful in any way, but at least we got a charm. Okay, well, let's go back across. Something else we're going to want to look at is how quickly the resources respawn. I didn't see more lodestone over here, but we know where two little pockets of lodestone are. Obviously, we want to find some more. I'll probably go look up the map here in a bit. This is not cursed spin fiber. This is regular spin fiber. That's interesting. But since we know where two lodestones are, if we can figure out, I think everything sort of respawns more quickly here. And so if we can get a good route for some lodestones, we could make serious bank. Yeah, it looks like one of my blue trees over here already came back. Oh no, that's not one of the ones that I harvested already. Oh, is that a red tree? I think that might be a red tree and not a purple tree. We've got some gold down there. It's two red trees. Angry boar. Boom, 57. And 64. I probably won't pick up the gold. I don't really need it. The platinum is definitely the better resource there. Oh, is that a red tree as well? That I passed by earlier? Red tree. We're gonna go across and get this blue tree right here too. I think that might be more platinum up on top of there. Is this cursed spin fiber, or is none of the spin fiber cursed? I don't think any of the spin fiber is cursed in this whole region. Which is crazy valuable. for getting up your... crazy valuable for getting up your cloth working or whatever. And I still think you're getting the benefit of more drops. Maybe not, but maybe. Oh, hey, there's a quest chest right here. These quests didn't really seem to give me much. Might be worth it, though, since I can just swap gear right here. Let's just do this thing. These enemies aren't going to be too hard, so... Freaking blunderbusses, man. Yeah, really just getting cursed doubloons from those. I wish that maybe those specifically had a higher drop rate of charms. Of course they might, and I might just be getting hosed. It is entirely possible. Some more platinum. There's a chest down there. I'm gonna run along this ridge. I think I see lodestone right there, where my crosshair's at. But we're gonna jump down and get this chest, and then we're gonna go see if that ridge has lodestone on it. Oh, I thought there was a chest down here. I could have sworn I saw a little glow. Must be losing my damn mind. I want to get that blue tree. But it's kind of close to the road. And I kind of want to go see if this is lodestone. We're getting sort of full. I'm probably going to have to start being... Oh, no, it's star metal. Star metal's still one of the more valuable resources as far as price per unit. This is definitely the kind of area that we would find some lodestone. Is this the bridge? Oh, okay, this is the bridge across into Nightmare Land. We don't want to necessarily grab any resources this close to this bridge. Lots of people are going to be coming by here. We might want to just take ourselves into a slightly safer spot, right? We're in mining gear. We're not fighting. Maybe if I see somebody, I could fight if I could get swapped first. but the value of that's pretty limited, I think. Especially because I have a lot to lose. Right, I lose part of all of the resources I've gathered. Here's some more red trees, which is nice. I have a hard time distinguishing the red and purple trees because the purple trees have red leaves. And it gets me. Well, yeah, I think one of the most important things to note about this whole thing is things like your phase fibers, things like your unusual ores and stuff like that. Those things don't drop when you die. Only your base raw resources drop when you die. You're also gaining significantly more gathering XP out here. So things like your gathering clothes are really valuable monetarily. So if you get chests for having, more XP from your specific gathering, then you might get the patterns for the clothes for those different gathering types, and then you can sell those for a decent chunk of change. There's the gold. Where was that lodestone at? I think it might have been down here. Maybe it was up this way. I don't necessarily want gold. No, it was down this way, wasn't it? There's some. Oh, nope. That's not lodestone. I'll take platinum, but I don't need gold. Platinum makes higher tier gems. We've got a lot of platinum. We're going to make a bunch of those gems. Heck, we get a bunch of gems as is. And plenty of those unusual ores. Again, really nice to get because they increase your gathering increase your gathering XP. That's gold ore over there. Was it right over here? Or was it this rock right here? Or this rock? I think it was this rock. It was this rock. And it's already back. Let's go check the other spot that we know of, which is right down here by this bridge. Hey, that's already back too. Nice. Well, only one of them. I came back here a little too early. We're about 91% of the way full. So I think our best course of action now is just to bail out. There's a lot of real estate between me and the exit. Yeah. That's unfortunate. So in that fairly limited time there, we were able to get a lot of chests. Nothing really good came out of those chests. But let's go... let's just take it back here. This is the risk you're going to run. You can just go out there in your PvP gear. Honestly, while I was traversing, I should have put my PvP gear on because I knew I wasn't going to be stopping to mine any resources. So I should have put myself in the best possible position to win a fight instead of run away. Because there are some builds, I mean, that guy had a fire staff. Fire staffs are always going to be able to chase you. Unless you also are using like fire staff, great axe, or something like that. So definitely should have considered something else there. But we have... I don't care about making any of that. Okay, we didn't get any of the log stuff. We did get plenty of this, though. Hook a brother up with that good. Bammo. Bammo. Leveled up our mining, got ourselves a purple mining chest and another green mining chest. Didn't end up getting anything worthwhile there. And now we need to find our fiber crafter. That's Arcana. Here we are. And we'll get these. Bear near narrow, bear near narrow, bear near narrow, 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 narrow. Narrow, 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 narrow. La 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 la. Alright, let's put all this stuff in the place it's supposed to go. This can go right here, that's fine. That can go right here, that's fine. Then we need to go to Nighthaven to drop off all of my coins. And then we go to Everfall is where we drop off all of that. Morningdale is where we drop off that. Eden Grove is where we drop off that. And Everfall is where we drop off this. I do want to go run over to Everfall real quick. We can just drop this off in here as well. I do want to hit up Everfall real quick because I want to make some of those platinum coin chests or fuck, words are hard. Some of those platinum gem boxes. Just to see what's up. And then I think we're going to go back out there. We're going to do some more farming. Let's look at... I'm going to go look at a map, a resource map. New world. Resource map. And I'm going to see where I might be able to find the most lodestone down there. Or even if it's mapped. I assume it is, but it's possible it's not. Cache of prospected gems. So it takes 250. I can only make 2. Let's go ahead and make a couple though. And let's just see how good is one of these caches of gems. 5 pristine moonstones. That's pretty good. And then only 2 brilliant amber. Okay. Maybe not worth filling up my inventory. But let's go check out our resources here. And let's see. So down in Cutlass Keys, we've got mining, we've got lodestone. So I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lodestone nodes. Ooh, 6 lodestone nodes, but one of them is really far away. 5 of them are kind of... 3 of them are in the area that I was at. Okay, well, let's go do some more. No, we need to identify a route here and really make something happen with this lodestone stuff. You get too much lodestone, right? You can't, with as much as it's worth right now. I mean, almost 5 gold per lodestone is crazy. Oh, we're moving around right now. Transporting. So we go into our PvP gear. So if somebody jumps me like that again, we can fight them. Unfortunately, being the gatherer out here is dangerous. Significantly more so than being the person ganking the gatherer. Unfortunately, because of that, nobody gathers out here. And that's kind of the failure of systems like this, is if you make it more valuable to kill people doing a thing than it is to do the thing yourself, then the people are going to stop doing the thing. And then there's going to be nobody to gank who's doing the thing. You know what I mean? So the only reason that I'm even willing to be out here doing this right now is because there are lots of things and lots of value that I can earn that doesn't require me to actually extract with my resources. right? I gain a lot of value just from the XP that I gain. And if that wasn't the case, then I wouldn't be willing to be out here doing this. Because there's no point. Ooh, leeching charm. What's up, dude? That's my favorite charm. I mean, that's 2,000 gold just in my pocket. Booyah. La 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 la. All right, so we've got one node is right here. So we want to go over there and check that bad boy out. Because I didn't get that node before. I need him. Especially because the base materials don't drop. They're really worth getting out here. Alright, we got a couple of lodestones right here next to a ton of orichalcum. Actually, need to switch gear. Tons of cursed orichalcum right here. I'm not going to harvest it. I don't really need the orichalcum. You can get things like cinnabar and stuff like that from these. So that's another one of those things that doesn't get lost. So if you farm up all of this orichalcum, all of these mithrils, stuff like that, with lots and lots of luck, then you're also going to get a lot more cinnabar, a lot more those other materials, and those are not going to drop as well. And so there is a lot of value to be picked from being in here. I believe it's right here. Okay, so that lodestone is not bad. Well, one of them's back. Nope, neither of them are back. We've probably got one lodestone back down here. Because I only got one that second time there. So we'll go pick that lodestone. So that's 3 of the 5. Whoops. The last 2 are over by the big scary place. One of them's right here, and one of them's like right here. So we're going to go look for them. Because that's what I do. Even if they're in the big scary place. Because this is more valuable. I mean, I've got 100 and something lodestone already. I've only picked up 4 nodes. Ooh, getting lots of charms again all of a sudden. Luck's really turned around. That's another thing I wonder. Would coming out here in luck gear get you more charms? I'm willing to bet that it probably does. So if coming out here in luck gear would manage to get you more charms, hey, there that is. So this one's actually in a pretty safe spot. Because these two nodes are way down here near the water. Nobody's coming down here, right? So the last couple of nodes are up. Oh, I forgot to put on my mining gear. Whoops. The last couple of nodes are like up here. This is going to be a more dangerous place to go try and get these last couple. But we're going to try anyway. Because if I can just get this loads, I mean, if I can get a couple hundred lodestone, that's like 500 gold. No, that's like almost 1,000 gold. 1,000 gold is totally worth the couple of minutes it takes to run out here and pick all these. Hey, there's my lodestone. Yeah, and just nobody is even paying attention to the resources. And I mean, understandably, I didn't either. I was coming out here and I was doing my PvP thing and I was opening boxes and I wasn't paying attention to the fact that there was a gold mine. And it's because we're conditioned. And this game also falls victim, but we're conditioned to be weary in PvP areas. Of gathering resources, because it makes you a sitting duck, right? Like I'm just sitting here chopping down a tree like an idiot. But somebody could just roll up on me. But I think the risk is worth it right now. This is another resource that's extremely valuable. The ironwood, for some reason, was also selling for like 0.8 gold. We got weirdwood down here. We got ironwood. I don't think I actually need the weirdwood, although it is valuable. I need ironwood and I need regular hemp right now. Let's go check kind of the middle of this area. Ooh, yeah, let's go look around a little. This is, again, not cursed spin fiber. So none of the spin fiber is cursed for some reason. I don't know if that's some sort of a glitch or what. Here's some more ironwood. Looks like that wire fiber isn't cursed either. I don't see any green coming off of it. I guess it could be. Because I guess there's not any green coming off of these trees either. And they're giving me cursed. There's some more platinum. I don't really know if getting the platinum is worth... Oh, I missed a red tree over there too. Yeah, I don't know if the platinum is worth the extra weight. Or if I'd rather just get resources that I'm actively looking for. There are just so many resources out here that I don't know if it's worth it to come out here with a specific resource in mind. it might be just worth it to come out here and just literally get everything. The big reason for just getting everything again, and we've talked about, and we're going to keep talking about, the value of the XP is a lot of the value out here. So the more XP you're getting per time, the more value you're pulling. There's my other lodestone. So my other two that were down are probably up now. So this will be like the last of the lodestone here. And then we need to identify what is our best secondary resource as far as cost. It's probably the ironwood for me for right now. Yeah, there's our other lodestone. And it's back up. Oh, only one of them is. Weird. But yeah, there's 300 lodestone at 5 apiece is 1.5k. Plus I got a leech charm, which is another 2.5k. So, you know, I only made 4k since I came out here for this run. No big deal. Some of that was a little bit of luck, right? That leech charm is a little bit of luck. But there are enough good charms that it's not unreasonable luck, you know? It's an amount of luck that you can reasonably expect. I was wearing mining gear. There's no point in wearing mining gear while I'm chopping trees. And I don't have logging gear right now. Now there's more red trees somewhere. Where are my more red trees? There's so much orichalcum out here. It's honestly kind of insane. Definitely not worth to get the gold. Honestly, I think that the purple trees might have... Do I hear somebody chopping? I thought I heard somebody chopping. Also, red trees. That's a lot of cursed ironwood right there. I guess the other reason that it would be valuable just to always get the purple stuff is we've already talked about um, XP being one of the most valuable things. You're obviously going to get more XP from any of your purple resources. So maybe that's just kind of the play, is always cut the purple resources, or always get the purple resources. The spin fiber, the mithril, especially there's a lot of mithril and a lot of the wood out here. Like a lot of mithril and a lot of wood. And I don't even know if the wood is worth it. Ooh, nice. Big chest. Give me a good charm. Come on. You suck. $9923 for 68. I think it's 9919 for 67. Nope, 9923 for 60 as well. So it's about your multiplier, not about the specific number, because your yield gives you potential multiplications of the amount of resources you get. I love that ghost ship. Ooh, 3 pristine jaspers. Thank you. And I think I'm going to get the star medal just because it's really valuable. Boo doo doo, boo doo doo, boo doo doo, doo 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 doo. Wow, I've killed 7 players out here today. My quest for my boots, I started at 0 when I woke up this morning. Or maybe I was at 1. I did get a kill yesterday, so I guess I was at 1. So I guess I've got 6 kills today. That feels pretty good. La 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 la. All right, we got all this orichalcum over here. I tell you what, if I actually needed orichalcum, I'd be so excited. But there's some more red trees right here. So let's go get those. Red trees and purple trees down here. And then we're going to go check and see if our lodestone came back. I'd like to get this lodestone twice. Hey, piggy. I smell bacon. Dogs don't know it's not bacon. That scared me. There was a split second in there where I forgot that there was a NPC there. And I was like, oh no, I got found again. I was terrified. Something else I need to think about. So, making all of your own resources to do your daily refinings, or gathering all of your own resources to do your daily refinings, is pretty valuable. So, you know, your orichalcum, your star metal, your iron ore, all of that stuff. Getting enough of all of that to make the amount of orichalcum and mithril ingots that you need in order to craft your dailies will save you a lot of your profits. And so that's only valuable if what it takes to do that, the time it takes to do that, is minimal enough that it's not cutting into your ability to gain currency in a different way. And out here, that might be true. You might honestly be able to get, I mean, look at all these trees. And if you're cutting trees out here, if you're still getting that multiplier for being in the FFA zone, which I'm still on the fence about. I still don't know if non-cursed resources are giving you that multiplier. I kind of haven't decided. I might need to do a little more testing. But I mean, just gathering regular wood could be beneficial out here. Nerd ass piggy. Why have I been going up from that other side? This side's so much easier. Oh, forgot to put my mining gear on when I mined that one. I am definitely getting way more lodestone out here just off of these 5 little spots than I was ever getting trying to compete on the mainland, though. And that's because you can't just come out here. The more people who come out here trying to get this lodestone, the stronger you're going to have to be to get it. And so a lot of gatherers aren't necessarily the strongest fighters. So they obviously aren't going to come out here. And your bots and stuff definitely can't come out here and do it. Because somebody will just come and murk them and take their stuff. Honestly, I wish somebody had a bot camping some of these. So that I could just come out here, kill them, take half, and leave. That'd actually be kind of awesome. It's probably faster to just jump off into the water and go that way. But there are some chests up here that can spawn. It doesn't look like they are spawned, so we're just gonna eat ourselves off a cliff here. Because, you know, chests equal possible charms. So you always want to be getting those if you can. I keep forgetting to put on my stupid gathering gear. I'm probably not going to put my gathering gear on when I go grab these two that are right next to this bridge. Because the likelihood of somebody coming over and trying to fight me is too high. The redwood here isn't back yet. That's interesting. Got some mithril right there, though. Oh, and one of my lodestones isn't back. So we were able to pull about 600 lodestone in this little run so far, which is worth about 3K. We can probably stick around for one more set of lodestones, but I don't know if that's the play or if maybe we just bail. We're pretty full on resources right now. And we're over here harvesting more. Yeah, let's just... That bear's coming. Let's just go. I think we just bail right now. I have a lot of resources. I've got a lot of value on me. It would be foolhardy to keep trying for more. Oh, there's that other lodestone is back. Worth. Right, a little over 600 lodestone. We're gonna go down this same way we bumped into this other guy last. Ooh, one of my lodestones is back here too. Say what now? But yeah, so we're gonna go back down this way where we bumped into this other guy last time. We've actually got our gear on. Would be foolhardy to try for more. Ooh, shiny. I mean, ooh, piece of candy. I'm a greedy little goblin, dude. What's up, Drat? Did you ever manage to get onto your character yesterday and get a little playtime in, or were you pretty much in a queue the whole time and just gave up? A little salty about all that? Oh, yeah? That is reasonable. It is reasonable to be salty. Their server infrastructure and their server structure is pretty garbage. And definitely leads to longtime players having sort of the worst time. Lightning harnessing, that's probably not useful. Finally got in, lost connection for whatever reason, and the new queue was over 2400. Managed to get through all that. If you disconnected twice, yo, that thing is launching. What the holy hell? Are these things that I can, like, pick up? Oh, nope, nope, nope. Get away from me. Get away from me, cutie pie. I escaped. You suck. Managed to get through all that and couldn't transfer out of El Dorado. Oh. Oh, that sucks. Oh, yeah, because there's not even any other US West servers, are there? I think El Dorado might be the only server in that region. Games honestly need to stop separating the US. Just put your data center in Middle America and stop having US East and US West. Because while I know that the super sweaty tryhards want to have 30 ping or whatever, the average player wants options. Me and my friends can't play on Valhalla because it's full again. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's all about that Pangea, dude, I'm telling you. Can create new characters on here, can transfer on here. There's no queue on here. It's all about that Pangea. Oh, you did start a new tune here on Pangea? Okay. Yeah, they really should just stop splitting up the US. It's not doing anybody any good. Just after all that, didn't have much. Yeah, well, obviously, of course. Especially as busy as you've been lately. That's booty cheeks, dude. Freaking booty cheeks. I know that they're trying to not have to do a bunch of mergers in the future. So they're not opening up new servers because they know people are going to quit, because that's just the way it works, right? People play for a little while and then they get bored and then they quit and then servers die. But you can't have weeks of time where players can't do anything in order to hedge yourself against having to combine servers later. That's not it. That's not the game plan. Told my buddies that after I get back from taking my dog to the sister's house, you'll level with them? Nice. I'm glad that maybe eventually you'll get to play with your friends, Chris. That's crazy how hard of a time you've been having trying to get on. It's fucking gross, dude. Fortunately, I have to get rid of my dog because of our new management people. Oh, that sucks. Dude, apartments are the worst. Or renting in general is the worst. Why is there fiber in Eden Grove? Let's go ahead and get that out of there. Put that where it belongs. And then let's go teleport around. Let's do some refining real quick. Just use up some of our resources and stuff. Make some room. Let's see where we are in the level department. I wish that I could have a dog, but I'll die if I had a dog. So no dog for me. Told them we can level Void Gauntlet since that's the only weapon I haven't tried out. Yeah, really bad allergies, like cough up blood allergies. I also have asthma, so I have allergy-induced asthma. So it is no bueno. Are we the same person, Chris? Both of our names are Chris. We have allergies. We have asthma. Like looking in a terrible, terrible mirror. No, I have 20/20 vision. Although, maybe I don't anymore. Last time I was tested, I did. Things are definitely starting to get a little blurry. But I'm getting older, so that's to be expected. Oh, gotta get some sandpaper. Get some sandpaper in his biatch. Gotta get that sandpaper. Sando. Ooh. It's a little cheaper than last time I bought it. That's nice. It's nice to have enough currency to just buy that shit. Not have to try and go find a way to farm it. Alright. We'll hit up a couple of timbers here. We'll hit up a couple of lumbers with my timbers. Make a couple more weird woods. Make some more ironwood. Ooh, 105 more ironwoods. There you go. Bam, 180. Just got 20 more to go. Couple hundred more. That's good shit. Why can't I scroll in my inventory? Why is scroll broken? Scroll works here. Sometimes this game has the weirdest ass glitches. No scroll for you. 1 year. No soup. Okay, well, let's get some of my charcoal out. And let's see. I got plenty of that. So let's go right here. Let's get out the charcoal. And let's make all the things in here. Iron ingots, 47. Yo. Oh, you know what? I'm a dumb person. Most likely we will make the character on Pangea. Well, awesome. Speaking of characters on Pangea, Drat, what's the name of your character on here? So I can add you up. And when you make your character here, Chris. Chris the Void God. Hey, look who it is. Hi, friend. I am surprised. Drat. Hi, friend. What's really surprising to me is that you were able to just get Drat. That makes me hella shocked. Oh, I went back over here for a reason, you dumb piece of garbage. Oh my god. Why do I suck? Why do I suck at everything? Why do I suck? There we go. We have smelting gear. Use the smelting gear, dipshit. Get 33% chance to get extra items if I use the smelting gear. I think I have plenty of mithril. We need more asmodium, so we need some cinnabar. I have cinnabar. And I bet you I get some cinnabar out of this. Nope. Put that over there. There's definitely cinnabar in one of my inventories. It's so hard to keep all these inventories straight. Literally a freaking nightmare. This game honestly kind of needs to make like ESO has I left in my old character. I don't know why I had 5,000 units of water. Well, you had 5,000 units of water in the shed. 2x trading skills this weekend starts today. That's only for the crafting skills, though. Is that right? Let's see. Why don't I have enough to make more than 5? Because I need more orichalcum. Okay. That's for like weapon crafting, armor crafting, stuff like that. Or did I have that wrong? 5,000 water. So water used to be the best way to level something up. Oh, no, it was because when they first put out the moat, your ability to get moats, you used to get the ability to get moats on your skinning knife, and then you would get water, and getting water with the skinning knife with the moat thing gave you moats. That's why we used to just sit there and pick water. Got to do that cheesy tech. All right, give me another free one. You suck. All right, give me a couple of free ones here. I got 10% chance? Nah, I should have more than a 10% chance. I got my gear on. Oh, I didn't get a free one. That sucks. Right? I have a 10% chance. I made 10 of them. Give me my free one. That's how that works. It's okay if I get 2, right? It's fine to give me extra. But you can't be scamming me when I make 10. If the RNG doesn't add up right, It needs to not add up right in my favor. Otherwise, I'm gonna get mad. Let's actually go ahead. Let's get some stone cutter. Let's get some stone cutter gear here. 900? Hell yeah. Give me that. $900? Hell yeah, give me that. Some pants. Oh yeah, only 100? Hell yeah, give me that. Give me a shirt. Oh, what the fudge knockers happened to the shirts? And the shoes. Well, looks like we're only going to have some gear. Because you are smoking crack. If you think I'm spending 11K on those last two pieces. Smoking crack. Your RNG luck is terrible? Yeah, that's my older brother right there. Dude's got the worst RNG. I don't have enough stone bricks. I don't really feel like farming stone right now either. That's fine. We'll just leave our lodestone here for now. I think I left some lodestone actually. Let's see, this can come out and go to Everfall. And then my stone can come out and go to Monarch's Bluffs. We have 1,400 lodestone. Nice. Yo, 1,400 lodestone is actually kind of valuable. This obsidian voidstone is pretty valuable too. I think it's like 50, a little more than 50 a piece. So that's 2,000 per 10. Is that right? No, that's 1,000 per 20. Yeah, 1,000 per 20. So that's 3,000. That's another 5,000 at least right here, maybe 6. Heck, maybe 7. So that's about 10K. Just in stones right now. Might be worth it to just go ahead and sell that stuff, honestly. Because there's going to come a time where the lodestone's going to go back down in price. And now actually that I know, I mean, I'm not rich, but I'm doing okay for myself. For having such a young character, I'm doing okay for myself. But especially now that I know where to get some good amounts of voidstone or lodestone, I don't think I'm ever going to really be hurting for the lodestone now. Because other people just don't go out there to farm that stuff. So let's just sell. Ooh, nice. Hardened alluvium. Place sell orders. Whoa, what happened? Somebody is trying really hard to tank the prices of the alluvium. They're probably going to be successful too. But let's do this lodestone. So there's 4. I can just straight up sell it for 4. It was at 4.8 this morning. Or late last night. Prices are kind of falling. So instead of putting it up there and trying to compete, 4 gold per lodestone is out of control. So there's no point in not just selling it. Those prices are not going to get higher from there. So let's see. Oh my gosh, 119. People are just straight up buying for 119. Selling for 154. Let's take it down to 153.99. Let's put our 76 up there. So let's see. I got 76 and 150. That's 7K? $10K? Something? I don't know. Whatever it is, it's worth. Absolutely worth. Yeah. Dope. I feel pretty good about how everything went right there just now. Let's see. We want to put on our gear. I need more gear sets just for my freaking stonecutter, stonecutter, stonecutter. And then we'll switch to Everfall. Put the smelters in Everfall. I need more sets just for all my gathering and crafting stuff. Sold 1 obsidian voidstone. Nice. Sold 1 obsidian voidstone. Nice. Why are people buying one voidstone? That's funny. All right, we're gonna get teleported back down here. I gotta get up real quick. I gotta use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Drat_erratic says you have sold 1 void stone.
Did I actually sell another single voidstone, or were you just being ridiculous? You were just being ridiculous. That's too bad. Why you gotta go getting my hopes up for no freaking reason, dude? So mean to me. I thought we were friends. No, I looked. We definitely didn't. Definitely didn't. Which is too bad. Would have been dope. Would have been hella dope. Nothing to gather back there. Nothing to get back there. Hey, there's one. Give me a charm. Nerd. You don't scare me with your stupid hatchet. Oh, I missed. That sucks. Damn. I fucked up. I fucked up. I should have had that, dude. That was my fight to lose, and I lost it. I wasn't switching my weapons fast enough in the situations where I needed to. I had really good weapons to fight him with there. I think Hatchet is really good for the Greatsword, and Sword Shield is really great against Hatchet. We might have to get rid of one of our kitties too. My mom's upset because it's her. Oh no. Yeah, having to get rid of pets is icky. Why would anybody want to get rid of their pets? I mean, the likelihood that the management company running wherever you're renting is breaking a law is fairly good. I mean, landlords and management companies and stuff like that are mostly terrible people. And they mostly do whatever they can to make as much money as they can. And they don't care about the people who live in the places that they own. So there's probably a decent chance that if you did a little bit of research, you might find them breaking a law somewhere. I don't know why that person decided to stop fighting and just let me kill them, but thanks. I mean, I don't really count that as a victory. That person just sort of stopped fighting in the middle. I think I still could have won, but I think it would have probably been pretty close. No, I have some, like, mild stuns and stuff. But nothing can stun somebody for that long. That was a really long time they were just standing there, letting me whack them. I think they probably got disconnected or something. If I was a better person, I wouldn't have taken advantage. But I'm not, and I did. And if it happens again, I will again. Because that's the kind of man I am. Let's go ahead and break out my mining gear. We'll come back for all the rest of these resources, but I want to get all of the lodestone first. Did somebody get my lodestone? Yo, there better not be somebody else out here mining my lodestone. If one of you nerds watched my stream and realized that this was a good idea, and then started taking my lodestone, we're gonna fight. Look what level you are now. Oh, there he is. Level 16. I mean, you might have enough mining to come out here and steal my lodestone at level 16. It's possible. There's also quite a few people lurking. Might be one of those nerds. Might be one of those nerds. They realized that the survival hermit knows all the tips and tricks. So they started coming to my stream to steal my strategies. No! Somebody stole my freaking stuff here too. Bunch of thieves. It's mine. Ooh, 3 pristine amethyst and 3 pristine topaz. 1 cursed mithril vein. That is a lot. Ooh, and then some pristine emeralds? Yo. Look at all them gems. Since we're not mining, we can switch into our regular gear. In case somebody decides to come try and fight us. There's a black bear right there. Be very, very quiet. You're right, it is that same one. I should have killed him in retribution. Hey. No chest. Trust in me. Just in me. I wonder if these give more moats since they're out here. No, doesn't look like it. Only get the one lodestone that you normally get and a pretty regular amount of moats, so. Ooh, big chest. You guys see some red trees down there too. That I don't think I've been getting. Oh, are they purple trees? Well, that's fine. Any kind of trees is alright. I don't know why I'm focused on logging so much. I do want to get all of my logging gear. So pushing my logging past 250 does give me a chance to get those patterns for my logging pieces. And then I don't have to buy them because they'll be expensive. Because they give yield and luck. And I believe you can use their 700 gear score. So I believe you can use Umbral shards to level them up, if I'm not mistaken. Although it's possible I am mistaken. Yeah, I can't believe how quickly we go through these extra levels. If I'm being honest. We are cruising through the XP. Definitely something to consider. There's never this chest down here. Because people keep getting it. Which means there's quite a few people going by out here. Is our redwood here? Oh, redwood's not back. What's going on? Got some purple wood over here. I don't think I'm the only one out here anymore. I think some other nerd is scamming my spot here. If I see him, I'm going to introduce him to Mr. Hatchet. Tell him a little story about slicing and dicing. We got a little mithril over here. Let's go get that. Nope, that's not the way. Made the guy angry. He's got the outfit. He's got the elephant. Hang on to your turban, kid. We're gonna make you a star. That was almost scary. I also hear somebody doing some mining. They're just out here getting orichalcum. But that orichalcum is going to lead them to a couple of my lodestones. I see you, Sunnyvale. Oh, Jimmy Leahy. Who do these nerds think they are? Oh, they're teaming. Garbage. Absolute garbage, dude. What a joke. What an absolute joke. That's fucking weak sauce, dude. Absolute weak sauce. How bad at life do you have to be? Team in the free-for-all zone. And then not even be able to get the kill. That's kind of pathetic. Kinda pathetic. By kinda, I do mean extremely. I guess if I was that bad at the game, I would probably team too. That bear must have eaten somebody. Because he had a doubloon in his belly. Must have eaten a pirate. Let's go ahead and get this star metal. Star metal is a pretty valuable metal, and it's something I need. I have plenty of orichalcum, and I think I can get plenty of orichalcum. To not need too much farming to be able to make my ori, so I can make my asmodium, so I can make my prismatics. But star metal is one of those resources that you kind of tend to run out of. And that's really too bad, because I did a really good job of setting that fight up. You know, I heard those guys whacking the rocks and trees and stuff, and then I snuck over there, and I saw them, and I waited so that they were in a compromised position. They were gathering, and then... Oop, there's a person. Get back over here. Jerk. Oh, I tried to fight that person. That person should have turned around and whooped my ass. I'm over here trying to fight in my mining gear. That's funny. That's funny. I think it should be pretty close to time for the lodestones to be back. Doesn't look like those ones are back. Oh. There they are, right in front of my face. They are back. The lodestones are easily the most valuable thing to me out here, so when I'm after them, I'm just kind of after them. I don't want to waste time. Oh, there's 4 of them out here? All just hanging out together like a bunch of idiots? I'm totally okay with not killing each other, right? If you're in a guild or something like that, and you come out into the free-for-all zone, you have to be allowed to not fight each other. Because otherwise, what's the point of the guilds, right? You need to be able to maintain the integrity of that and not have to create like interpersonal conflict within your guild because you came out into the FFA zone. And so I'm cool. But you also have to recognize that this is an FFA zone. And there's a difference between not hurting each other and ruining what should be a solo environment for players who maybe aren't parts of guilds. With your BS guild crap. My lodestones. Jump up the mountain, jump up the mountain. I do really like parkouring in this game. It is very enjoyable. Yeah, the parkouring in Dune was superior, for sure. The suspensor belts, of all of the problems that Dune had, and there were many, particularly a lack of any meaningful content, um, the suspensor belts were maybe one of the coolest things I've ever seen implemented in a video game. I mean, just what a cool way to get around. And they did a good job, right? You could have implemented that same system in a much more shitty way. But their specific implementation of the suspensor belt was pretty on point. I don't know that I have any gripes about suspensor belts in Dune. I think it might have been a perfect implementation. What in the fudge knockers? Oh, it's those teamers again. Yo, let's go help the person who's getting teamed up on. Oh, you want to fight now too, huh? I just literally saved your life. You goofy ass nerd. Wow. Wow. You just can't be nice to people. Just can't be nice to people. I mean, I did get some of those resources, which is nice, but I think I lost quite a few of my lodestones, which is pretty upsetting. Could have just let her die and carried on with my life. What an absolute joke. What an absolute joke. Well, I guess I won't save that person's life ever again. Could have just started in on him. Ooh. Sold a charm for 5.5k there. Nice. Yo, we rich. All right, what are we putting in here? We got some doubloons to put in here. Sure, we'll put that in there too. These in here. Yo, I got so much stuff. Why not put those in there? And let's open up all this stuff. And then we go to Everfall. We put away the metal. We go to Eden Grove. We put away the wood. And then we just go sell our lodestone, because fuck yeah. We got a bunch of gold ore. Let's just sell that. Ain't doing me no good. Might as well. A fortified charm. Nope. I feel like I got a good charm. Maybe I didn't, though. Lodestone. Sell lodestone. Boom. 1k. Oh, yeah. Which is a pristine carnelian worth. Look at that. That's worth a lot. I'd probably cut it and sell it cut, but still. Most of these aren't going to be very well. No, that looks pretty valuable. That looks pretty. All of these are going for the 16. That's kind of crazy. I mean, 16 gold per cut or per uncut stone is kind of a lot. The reason those uncut stones are so valuable is if you get all of the stone cutting. Is it stone cutting or is it jewel crafting for cutting stones? If it's stone cutting, then I'm going about getting my stone cutting up the wrong way. But it might be jewel crafting. Let's go find out. Pretty sure it's jewel crafting. So cutting stones is jewel crafting. What about putting stones together? Also jewel crafting. Okay. Easily best way to get jewel crafting up. But also if you have all the jewel crafting gear, you can get extra stones. You have a chance to get like a bonus cut stone. So, you know, you buy them and then you cut them expecting one. And then any extras that you get basically just turn into bonus gold, which is nice. But we're doing great right now. I've spent like 10k since last night and I'm still up 25, which means we've made about 35k since 4 o'clock this morning, which ain't half bad considering, let's see, I played for about 2, so I've been playing for about 6 hours to make 35k. That's pretty good. About 6k an hour. And that's been in a PvP zone, getting beat on. By a bunch of teaming nerds. I'm glad to see that the free-for-all zone is getting some more people in it. I think that's good for the zone, just kind of in general. And I'm glad to see that there are rewards that you get to keep. There's a lot of benefit because it's already so difficult to try and get rewards out here, because you are competing with other people for those rewards in PvP. The fact that you drop a lot of your rewards is an extremely punishing mechanic and is driving a lot of people away from this content. And I know there's a bunch of PvP purists out there who are like, well, if you can't hack it, go to OPR. But this is the only solo, full by yourself PvP that's available in the game. So that's a stupid position to take. I don't think that the game mode would lose anything from not dropping any of your resources and stuff. You still have to fight over those resources. If somebody else is grabbing a chest and you want that chest, you got to go punch that person in the face and stop them. Right? There's still friction there. Dropping your loot isn't creating more friction than already exists. So I think that they've done the game mode a disservice by making you drop your stuff when you die. I think there'd just be a ton of people out here all the time. If you didn't, you'd be fighting pretty much non-stop, probably. Ooh, unusual resin. Nice. It's not unusual. There is a chest spawn out here somewhere. Almost level 18. Shit, yeah, dude. Get it. Get it. If you get stuck somewhere, this goes for you too there, Drat. Or, I don't think Damien is listening. But if y'all get stuck at all, just hit me up. There are obviously things like soul trials and stuff that I cannot help you with. But any of the content that I can help you with, if you get stuck on it, let me know. I'll come tank it up for you. Of course. What I'm here for. What's the point of knowing somebody who plays a stupid amount of video games if you can't lean on that person to make your video games less painful? Man, there was nobody else out here when I started, right? Like I came out here and I was the only one farming resources. What happened? There are a bajillion people out here right now farming resources. A bajillion. I kind of want to get all these orichalcum nodes. Orichalcum's not really what I'm after right now, but there's a good chance to get cinnabar from orichalcum. And I feel like that's worth. Then I can, honestly, I'll just drop the orichalcum on the ground. Hey, I sold 50 of obsidian void stones. That's 7,000 gold. All right, nice. Because the orichalcum doesn't really have a lot of value. And it takes up a lot of weight space. But if I could get some cinnabar, which I'm not really getting a lot of out here. I haven't really felt like I've been getting a lot of the legendary materials and stuff. Yo, what up, Gravy Train? Oh, shit. I say that, and then I get 79 cinnabar from one orichalcum vein. What just happened to my life? Nope, I did not get 79 cinnabar. I got 15. It said plus 79, but I only have 15. Is my streamer bot not sending messages today? What do you mean? Oh, holy crap. You mean from YouTube? The text to speech worked. Just a minute ago. What does the bot need to be sending messages to chat for right now? Did you try and trigger something, or is the YouTube stuff not working, or? Because, I mean, I guess I haven't seen any YouTube messages, but I just kind of assumed nobody from YouTube was chatting. Or are you trying to say that your streamer bot wasn't working, and you were trying to see if mine was also not working? Daily check-in channel redeem game isn't working, which when the redeem sends a random loot to them. So probably what that's related to is probably the Amazon Web Services outage. Yeah, if it's related to anything, it would be that. But my text-to-speech is still working. I would assume anything that's happening local should be working. So if it's not relying on like a third party, if this then that kind of a system, then it should still work. Yeah, the only thing I would think is if it's only sending messages doesn't work. That's weird. Yeah, so Twitch is an Amazon product. So it's possible that there's something wrong with the API. Because in order to send messages, you have to be, getting information and stuff from who the chatter is and things like that. So it could be something to do with the AWS outage. Ooh, sell order complete for another 4,700. The rust harnessing. Yo, we up to 40K all of a sudden. Balling out of control over here. What's up, D Janky? I will murder you if you come over here. Ice cold killing my left toe. You'll be ice cold dead. In fact, I think I want to kill you. Let's fight. Let's fight, Janky. Yo, he hits hard. I don't like it. I don't like it. I was wrong. I was wrong. It's all my fault. I'm sorry. My friend named his character Sloppy Seconds. Wow. Just wow. What a degenerate. What a degenerate. But yeah, Gravy, I would probably just wait until some information comes out about whether or not they fixed whatever it was that made the web services go out. And then if your game still isn't working, if it's still not sending messages, then I would start looking to try and fix it. But I wouldn't put in the time or energy until, you know, there's some sort of definitive whether it is or isn't AWS. Ooh, another 16 Cinnabar. There we go. Getting that Cinnabar. We gots to get paid. I don't want to go down there. I think I want to go up here. Oh yeah, this is where I normally cross. Okay. There can be a big chest right over here that I don't see. Let's go up top and see if the chests are there. I don't expect the chests up here to be here. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and kill this guy. Just take this chest. Because you never know. Those charms are selling so well. I got to take any chance I can. Just snag up a charm. even if it's only a slight one. Little chest right here. Don't you dodge me. That's not allowed. There's no crying in baseball. It was so nice when it was just me. Now there's all these jack wagons out here. Bunch of jack wagons. Hey, 13 more Cinnabar. Yo, I've gotten 41 Cinnabar. That feels pretty good. Yeah! Oh, I finally got her. Oh, I finally got her. Oh my goodness, that was such a good fight. Ooh. I'm all tuckered out. Oh my goodness. Can't believe I finally got her though. Booyah. Freaking jerk. Oh man. She's so hard to kill. There's some chests down there, but I don't want to lose all my booty here. If she decides to come back like right away because she thinks she knows where I am, then she could kill me and take all that stuff that I stole from her. Oh, she even had some dark hide. Nice. I didn't have none of that. Man, it feels good to win those one-on-ones. Feels real good to win those one-on-ones. That's 9 kills today. Could be more, but it could be less. Man, that felt good. One-on-ones are so much fun. Hmm. Do I maybe want to get a weapon? Because my boots, gloves, and chest are good. Let's try getting a one-handed weapon, see what I get. See if maybe I can get a nice set of perks. Because, my weapons are good. Ooh, and it looks cool. Gold-crusted longsword. Gold-cursed longsword. Vicious, keen. So critical chance, critical damage. Acutely empowered for base damage. Abyssal attunement. That's actually a really good sword. Wow. So I've got keen and enchanted, and then acutely keen for more. And it's, my sword's really good too. The sundering stacks especially is pretty good. We're gonna lock that. I'd probably rather have acutely keen instead of acutely empowered, but still. Man, the perk combos you can get in the game now are just so good. Let's see here. This can go here. This can go here. Oh, this can go here. What did we get? Leeching clear out and compounding whirling. Probably not going to be useful. Did I get a bunch of onyxes? I must have gotten those from her. No, because those can't drop. Never mind. Yeah, I didn't realize I got a bunch of onyxes, but that's nice. Those will have some value. Then we go to Eden Grove and we drop off all the wood. Can't drop off all the wood. Okay. Let's take all these out. Let's take all these out. Take all these out. Take all these out. Take that out. Take that out. Take that out. If it ain't wood, it doesn't stay in Eden Grove. Still doesn't all fit. Wow. Okay. Everfall's probably going to have the same problem. So let's take out anything that isn't Everfall related. Actually, that can stay with that. Still looks like it's not all going to fit. Let's leave the Cinnabar. Alright, Orichalcum can just go to a random. So can this. Then we go over to Morningdale. Drop off some of that. And then I think we'll go to Nighthaven and we'll just put all of our... Why won't this let me drop this stuff off at Nighthaven? Okay. Goofy ass game. Let's take these out because we might need those. All right, let's go sell our lodestone again. Also, let's look at leeching clear out. Okay, not valuable. Lodestone for 4 gold. Nice. Pristine onyxes. Sell for a little more, but they'll be more valuable cut, probably. Dead 10 times in the soul trial. The Void Gauntlet is ridiculously good. So the Void Gauntlet relies a lot on its skills being active. You aren't going to be able to just do like you do with the hatchet and just left click the Void Gauntlet. There's, you have to be using skills with it, and you have to be using those skills intelligently. So it's definitely one of, I think, the most skilled weapons. But it is an extremely powerful weapon because it's got a lot of leech and a lot of like healing and stuff like that. So it does a lot of damage because it's a magic, it's a DPS weapon as well as a healing weapon. So extremely, extremely strong, but only if you're playing to its strengths. If you just try and do like you do with the hatchet or something, go in there and left click, you're just gonna lose. Yeah, it might. I don't know exactly what skills are the ones that are the most important for it. I played Void Gauntlet for a little while, but that was a long time ago. Oh my god. Um, PvP only hits against exhausted players inflict slow, reducing movement speed by 12% for 4 seconds. If you hit a target in the back, inflict exhaust, reducing stamina regen by 10%. Oh my god. 3 attunements? If that was an empty gem slot, this would be like baller. But instead, we're just going to buy 1,500 gold. Yeah, so let's go look at the weapon. Let's go look at Void Gauntlet. It's been a while, but I think I can. So Petrifying Scream is the big PvP one. Void Blade is very important. So here's just an example of gain fortify on start, increasing armor by 20% for 5 seconds. So you can't just always have your Void Blade out, right? You got to use it to get your fortify. Void Blade damage critical, and then successful thrust attacks heal self for 5% weapon damage per disintegrate stack on the enemy. So how do you get disintegrate stacks? Let's see. There's something that whirls around you. It must be Oblivion. 28% weapon damage per second to enemies and grants some power to self. And friendlies, increasing damage. Yep. Attacking targets that are inside Oblivion's radius inflicts weaken, reducing their damage. And then 25% stamina regen rate for self and friendlies while inside the radius. Yeah, so Oblivion and Void Blade are definitely two of the big skills that you're going to want to be using. Because these will make you extremely tanky. And then typically Putrefying Scream is the big PvP. Yeah, so I don't know why you're dying. Thrust attacks are the heavy attacks. So light attacks are slash. So you will need to be using heavy attacks to get this heal off. I don't see where you get the disintegrate stacks from. That's pretty synergistic right there. While below 50% mana, heavy attacks will restore 5% of your max mana on hit. Mixes really well with that heal. On successful ability hit, gain a stack of Void Essence. Oh, I get it. Some tap basic attack to perform a quick slash. Hold to perform a thrust. Both attacks inflict disintegrate on successful hits, dealing 5% weapon damage per second and reducing target's armor by 10% for 8 seconds. Stacks up to 3 times. Yeah. So this is, you're going to drop your Oblivion, you're going to trigger your Void Blade, you're going to slash, 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 heavy attack, heavy attack, heavy attack, slash, 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 heavy attack. And that should keep you regenning health from your leeching blade, as well as reducing armor and putting out as much damage as you can. Seems like the ticket right there. And that's, I mean, 15% life leech just from your skills. On top of, if you were to get the same life stealers drop that I have, that goes up to 12 or 15% at 800 gear score. So just those two things is 30% life steal, which is crazy. But I think it's food time. We've been going for about 4 hours here, and I need some eats. So if y'all give me just 1 second, I'm gonna go grab some eats. Have I tried the great sword? Is an awesome weapon. Also another very skilled weapon because you're managing your stances. You know, you want to be going back and forth between your path of onslaught and your path of defiance. And so the way you trigger these is you can go into path of onslaught with a heavy attack, and you can go into path of defiance by blocking. And then if you trigger any of the skills in either of the paths, you go into that stance. So by using this block, you go into defiance stance. And there's a bunch of really cool stuff, like you can get block while you're doing heavy attacks with defiance stance. So you trigger your block, you knock everybody back, and then you start swinging into a heavy attack, and your block sort of comes up in front of you automatically while you're doing your heavy attack. So it's like super grit, basically. And then your onslaught stance increases outgoing damage and stuff like that. Heavy attacks charge faster. You trigger that with these. So, but yeah, you can get real crazy. Switching back and forth between this is probably the weapon that requires a rotation the most, because you know, a lot of the weapons that I use, especially like sword and shield, is extremely reactive. You don't necessarily use the skills in sword and shield right away. You sort of left click and block. And then when an opportunity arises or when you really need to do something, that's when you trigger, you know, your chase skill, or you get a good stun off, or something like that. But that's not really the same playstyle with Greatsword. When you're playing Greatsword, you go in with an objective and with a rotation of attacks and skills in mind. And then you execute that rotation for maximum damage and maximum defense. So this is a more proactive weapon than the sword and shield, or like the hatchet is also a fairly reactive weapon. But I mean, I think every weapon in this game has its place. I don't think there are any weapons that are just so weak that using them is going to make you unable to complete content or unable to compete in PvP. It's just about playstyle. It's, you know, what do you feel the most comfortable using? The weapons feel different when you're swapping, and weapon swapping is a huge deal. And so if one of your weapons doesn't feel right to you when you're swapping, or it feels a little janky, then you're just going to not be as good. It's one of the reasons that I stick with Sword, Shield, Hatchet, is that was like my first build. And I got really used to exactly how the weapon swaps between these two weapons do. And I just, for the life of me, cannot play any weapon better than these two weapons. This is just my playstyle right here. And so even though a lot of other weapons are very good, I'm always going to do my best with this combination. Greatsword looks bad as hell and looks good in PvP. Greatsword is pretty good in PvP, absolutely. Absolutely. The great thing about Greatsword is the same as the great thing about Great Axe, and it's that light attack chases really well. It moves across a lot of distance when you're kind of locked onto somebody. So it's really, really easy to chase down people who are trying to get away, especially if you've got medium gear and you can do, the little dodge hop or whatever. You can get yourself a little closer and then whack, kind of catch up with them after they roll. Super good for that. But yeah, I'm going to go make some food real quick, and then I'll be right back. And then we'll probably go back out into the FFA zone, because why not? All right, I'm back. So, my older brother just told me something special. I bumped into him in the kitchen. But apparently, all these pristine gems that are having buy orders for 16, all these really basic ones, right? Like the rubies, um, the emeralds, the jaspers, the aquamarines, the topaz, the amethyst, the sapphire. These ones aren't the ones that people are normally using, right? They're normally using opals, onyxes, diamonds, stuff like that. Carnelians are pretty important. And so people are using these other pristine gems to make gem dust, to make the weapon, armor, and jewelry matrices for artifacts, which are selling really, really well right now. So apparently that 16 gold that I was seeing for all of these pristine gems is actually really high compared to where it normally is. So if you have a stockpile of pristine gems, or if you know a good route, there's a queue of 2K on Pangea. How is there a queue of 2K? It's because it's the only open server now. That's why. So everybody who's been displaced has moved over here. That's hilarious. Mother fudger. On the bright side, because of that, Chris, you might be able to get on Valhalla more easily now. But yeah, so if you have these extra pristine gems of types that you're not going to be using, just selling them to these orders is going to net you more currency than you normally would have gotten. Or if you know a good place to go farm out some gems. It is definitely a good idea right now. Because they are using them for all of that matrix stuff. That's too bad because I actually need to log out right now because my NVIDIA GeForce Now session is going to end in about 2 hours. And so I need to reset my GeForce Now session. So I have a feeling we're only going to get a 6-hour stream in today because that's going to happen. And then I'm probably going to have to sit there and wait for like an hour to get back into the game. And that's going to suck. Going to suck a big old butt. On the bright side, I've made 40K today, so that's fine. I don't really give a shit. But I do need to finish up my food here real quick. So that's actually probably really good for me, though, because it probably means that there's a bunch of new players that just started characters on this server, which means that we're going to get another wave of people needing, all the charms, all the gems, all of the artifact matrices, all of that stuff, which is going to mean that the prices on that are going to stay relevant for much, much longer. At least that's my hope. So I can maybe continue to capitalize on this FFA zone. Tell you what though, Chris, you're a bad luck charm. Literally no queues for like a week. You make a character on my server, bammo, 2k queue. The worst luck charm. Alrighty. I think it's that time again. I'm gonna sit up for a bit though. So we're gonna go back down there and we're gonna pummel some people. I tell you what, after killing what's-her-face that's been kicking my butt with that fire staff blunderbuss, that's like the catacombs build right now too. For DPS. That's like the tops. So the fact that I was actually able to beat it. Get my free proficiency potion. It's a good thing I've got you around sometimes there, older brother. My dumbass. Just leave behind my whole armor set. Let's go fight. Run out there naked. Like a dum-dum. No. Me well. Give me proficiency potions. Craft. Oh, they're not free. They cost 10 doubloons. That's a lot. I'm pretty sure if I actually remember to use my honing stone, I will win way more fights. Because 7%, I mean, I've definitely had a couple of people under 7% health. Gotta remember to eat my freaking strength foods too. I suck. How do I ever win? I don't ever use my heart rune. I don't ever, like, Honestly, the fact that I even use potions is a fucking miracle. I should never win. My build must be way better than I think it is. Because that's the only reason that I should win fights. I just think it's subpar. Because I suck. But if somebody who actually knew what they were doing was playing my build, they'd probably never lose. Oh, somebody's come through here. Some dead enemies. Dead ant. Dead ant. Dead ant. Dead ant. Dead ant. I'm going to catch up to you. Gonna kill you in your face. Be death now. Kill you in your flippin' face. It's all this stuff. What a jerk face. Leave some for me, dude. Leave some for the poor hermit. Oh, something's going on. I heard what sounded like musket fire. I don't hear it now, though. Use that proficiency potion. Here's somebody else chopping. Give me a good charm. Come on. Want to. Suck. Everything about you sucks. You're a stupid chest. Getting 10,400 instead of 9,900 now, so I'm getting like an extra 500 XP from each of these trees from that proficiency potion, which is awesome. This is another one of those situations where you could kind of turn real money into in-game currency. because they do have things that they sell. Got him, coach. They do have things that they sell that give you increased XP. I think trade skill XP is one of them. I know they do weapon XP, but I think they also do trade skill XP. And the reason that could be turned into turned into in-game currency, I kind of want to get these platinum veins too. If the price of gems is so high, I feel like the platinum veins are worth, because you can get pristine gems there as well. But anyway, so because you can get the extra XP, and that XP translates into those boxes, and those boxes translate into things that are worth money, worth in-game currency, you can kind of spend real-world money for in-game currency. It wouldn't be very efficient, and I certainly wouldn't recommend it. But if you just have one lying around, coming out here to try and get, some more XP for your gathering and doing that might be a decent use of that, especially if you're already maxed out. Definitely need to put skins on your gathering gear. So, oh, that's a really good point there. Cheesy snacks. You're a fudging genius. Oh, I don't have my mining gear on. Or what if I put mining gear skins on my regular gear, so people think I'm in my mining gear, and then really I'm a tank. Wallop them. That sounds like fun. We're going to do both of those things. We're going to be a tricksy little guy. Don't let them know your next move. Somebody took one of my lodestones. Listen here, all you little apes. The Pangea free-for-all resources belong to me. Okay? Taking them. For a second, I thought that was a person. Nay. Okay. I don't know who these nerds are that are taking all of my freaking lodestones. Gotta love that strength perk, one hit on the mining node when you hit the big nodes with it. And instead of like 10 swings, it's one swing. Delicious. Dude, somebody's out here getting like all the same nodes as me. They came over here and they got my trees, get my lodestones. They're ruining my life. No, it's one of you little turd burglars in the chat. Know it. Oh, that's just a silver vein. I don't want silver. Oh, mithril. That's weird. I've popped between 5 and 7 mithril veins. 5 and 8 mithril veins, and I haven't gotten a single gem. Nor have I gotten any cinnabar. I am very shocked. Ow. Yo, this spear hand and this header together. A little dangerous. Here's somebody. Above me. Where'd they go? Oh, they went to that blue tree right there, I bet. Oh, they seen me. This nerd again. Did you just run away? Okay. I don't know for sure that I'll win that fight, so I'm happy to just let that one go. Come back. Ooh, big chest. Yeah, I was definitely about to lose that fight against her again. MQ, 0 IQ if you need to use blunderbuss. she's blunderbuss fire staff. So she's the big DPS. I assume she's using the Inferno fire staff, which is that strength fire staff. And then just ranking with the blunderbuss. She might even have some elementally charged pieces, because I feel like when she hits me with the blunderbuss, I'm taking some fire damage. So either she's got an attuned blunderbuss or attuned blunderbuss, or she's got an elementally charged, or both. Always the chance that it's both. But I think that she might be of the opinion that unless she can get a one-up on me pretty early, that there's not a lot of point in fighting me because it's close enough. Friends are going to level a greatsword build with me. Nice. Decided you didn't like the Void Gauntlet? What are you going to use as your secondary? Was a skill issue. If the Void Gauntlet might actually be easier to use than the Greatsword, at least well. There's a reason I do better with the Hatchet, and it's because the Hatchet is just left click. And the Greatsword requires timing and thought. think that between me and Lethadora, we've pretty much scared everybody else out of here. I think it's just me and her now. For the most part. Every now and then a new person comes and gets attacked and runs away and leaves. Greatsword Warhammer or Greatsword S&S. Okay. Let me also put up there for your consideration. Perhaps Greatsword Great Axe. And the only reason I say that is Gravity Well is potentially still the best skill in the game. And Gravity Well plus big arcing swings is totally unfair. Now, granted, you can totally just get the big arcing swings with the Great Axe, but I think this sword has sort of more potential for DPS than even the Great Axe does. The Great Axe is really great for chasing, and gravity welling and stuff like that, and then you break out your Great Sword, and you just absolutely obliterate someone. For a regular level 66 enemies, those guys put out a wallop. Platinum. But I think any combination of the three great weapons is pretty solid. They all have slightly different playstyles and slightly different utility. The Great Hammer is a little more about area denial and moving people around. The Great Axe is a little bit more about CC and chase. The Great Sword is a little more about like dueling and mitigating damage and putting out high DPS. So all very good weapons. And all I think they serve really well as sort of the core for a good melee bruiser. Because you're not always going to be going into the exact same situations every time, right? Especially, your OPRs are all different maps. And there's definitely some value to having different stuff depending on what map you're on. If you're going into a 3v3 instead of going into an OPR, you might want something a little different. So honestly, I would probably say then leveling up all three of those weapons and then learning when they're best used would probably make you a really good bruiser. Get yourself some medium equipment. Go mess shit up. Or do it in heavy. You'll have a harder time if you wear heavy because it's harder to chase people, but... Hey, Cinnabar, Pristine, Bizarre Ore. It said I got 51 Bizarre Ore. Obviously, I did not get 51 Bizarre Ore. I got one. But we're at 87% full on my inventory here. So I think it's probably just time to go ahead and Call it a trip here. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. The fact that I can swim now makes me so happy. Oh, there's a crocodile all the way out here. Please don't eat me, Mr. Crocodile. I did not mean to invade your area here. Be on my way now. Hey, there we go. I like those runs where I get out with all my stuff. It seems like there might be fewer people over here right now. We might go and check the chests and see if maybe we can get some charms. Because that's definitely where the good money's at. Like, I'm going to make good money gathering and stuff like that. And I've got lots of resources now, so that's pretty cool. I really like getting, you know, the higher tier resources. Just made a character, but I'm going to pack my dog stuff, unfortunately. Oh. Poor doggy. Did you at least find somewhere good to take him or send him to? Good home. How much is that doggy in the window? Let's open these. Nothing. 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 Hello, dear brother. What have you got there? Nothing. Nothing. You only see air. Don't be silly. I love you very much. Ba-da-dum. I guess I shouldn't touch. Too many resources. Where's my lodestones at? Gotta sell my lodestones. Pop. Alright, let's do what the older brother thought. SNS great sort of good. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's a really good tanking build. And it's a really good solo build. You get to spec a little more into DPS because the greatsword also has some really good defensive capabilities. And so it's not like some of the other combos where if you give up any of your defenses on your sword and shield, then you kind of become a lot less tanky. I mean, it sort of depends. I would say probably light is a definite no. Unless you wanted to go something really crazy, like the featherweight chest with a tower shield could maybe be interesting if you wanted to go light and put out just as much DPS as possible, but not give up the tankiness and the blockability of the tower shield. I'm actually considering making a build like that myself. But if you're going to be doing like PvE tanking, then you can't go wrong with heavy gear. You really kind of need heavy gear. But if you're going to do PvP and you just want to be a bruiser, then medium is probably your best bet. And if you just want one build, then I would say you probably need to go heavy, unless you're going to queue as DPS, and then I would go medium. If you plan on queuing as DPS, then just go medium all the way and you'll be good to go. But let's do what my older brother said here. Let's change up my skins on my armor a little bit. So people don't know. Yeah. I mean, I think medium gear is great for that. Again, it's going to very much be about your playstyle. If you feel more comfortable with the medium dodge and you dodge a lot, then playing heavy is just going to get you killed, even if you're tankier. And I'm one of those people who I think that the first thing you optimize when you think about building a character is how the character feels to play to you. If the character doesn't feel good to play, it doesn't matter if you have, the best build and the best combination of stuff and all those things. You're never going to be as good with a build that feels bad to you as somebody who feels good with that build. And I think it's even as much as, like, say, 30% the difference. So, there are no builds in this game that are 30% better than every other build out there, right? Firestaff Blunderbuss isn't that much more DPS than, Musket Bow or whatever. And so if Firestaff Blunderbuss just feels like trash to you, then you're not going to be as good as you would be with something that feels good. You're not going to do as much damage. Your rotations are going to be off. It's going to take you longer to learn. It's going to be frustrating. And it's really going to be frustrating because you're giving up your play experience and your enjoyment of your play experience. They're having a duel. But you're giving up your enjoyment of your play experience for this extra DPS. And so if it ends up not being just overwhelming in the DPS department, then you're not going to enjoy it, right? It has to be so much better. Just set down character creation again for Val, Hudson, and Pangea. And Eldorado as well. You should still be able... Did you delete your other Pangea character that you had just made? Because your archetype that you choose doesn't really make a lot of difference. You can still wear whatever weapons and stuff like that you want, you don't get this small little boost that you got to. It won't let you log into that character. Holy crap, dude! You are having the worst time. Your resilience is fucking incredible. I would have given up and played something else by now. Yeah, I can't even. You've got the mental game of like a professional athlete. Big damage. Is that Lazy Peon? Is that you, Lazy Peon? Let me get him. Come back over here. I wanna fight you. Don't you dare run into the water. Don't you dare run into the water. Go get him, alligator. Don't let him get away. We got him. Alrighty, bud. Gonna pack my dog's things, take him to my sister's, say goodbye to him. Yeah, have a good day. Have a good day, Chris. I'm sorry that you have to do that, but at least it's gonna be at your sister's, so you can just go over there and say what's up anytime, right? Hey, there's my chest again. Oh, we're down to our last 30 minutes here. Before I'm gonna have to reset my GeForce Now and sit in a queue for 16 hours. Boom, 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 ba-doo, doo, 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 boom, boom, boom. Ho, ho, ho. Something I need to do with all this currency I've been making today is level up some craftings. If we're getting bonus crafting XP this weekend. Is it already the weekend? No, it's Tuesday. Okay. We're getting bonus crafting XP this week. Then it's gonna be worth it to make that happen. Boom, 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 boom. Dig it, dig it, dig it. I definitely like that you only lose about half of your materials when you're out here. On top of the fact that there are a lot of things that you can't lose, definitely makes this a lot more fun than, say, Albion Online or something like that, where, you know, you go out there, you get in a fight, you lose not just everything you've gathered, but also all your gear and all that stuff is just really awful. It hurts me. Hey, we got another purple package. Got another purple package. Dig it, dig it, dig it, dig it. Boom, 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 ba-doo, doo, 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 doo. Let's go ahead and re-up my food here. We'll re-up my specialization potion in a minute. I think we still got, well, no, it might be over now. Might want to go ahead and just re-up it. Let's go do that. Specialization, use. I also just, oh, that was probably my tree falling down. I was like, I also just heard a tree fall down. I just chopped a tree down. Dumbass. It's like looking in a mirror and scaring yourself. Chop down a tree. Immediately forget you chopped down a tree. Get surprised when a tree falls down. How goofy. Every time this dude chases me. Oh no. On the bright side, more time with the dog. I think that means it's frisbee time. Older sister's gonna help me with it when it gets, yeah. Drive a Kia Soul. Cars, yeah, absolutely. Personally, I prefer kind of smaller vehicles. They make me feel like I've got a little more room while I'm on the road. I don't really like to drive, though. I've been in a lot of car accidents that have pretty much all been my fault. 2 days after I got my driver's license when I was 18, I flipped my car going down the highway. Like, rolled it on its side. And it's pretty much been a downhill slide ever since then, so... Yeah, I'm the same way. If somebody in my family needs me to go get something, I'll totally do it. It's why I wish that we had better public transportation in the US. I need to get like a motorized bicycle or something. Um, I guess that kind of depends on what you're doing. If you're going medium, I think the meta might actually be to max dex because it's mostly about crit. So what you're going to be looking at is, you know, depending on which one you want, right? Do you want dex or do you want strength? Is going to depend on what of these bonuses you want. So dex, you know, you've got bonus crit, you've got damage of full health, you've got damage while stamina is not full, you've got duration of damage over time, you've got bonus backstab damage, empower after dodging, weapon swapping cleanses stuns. Oh, that's crazy. And then 10% crit chance while empowered, which happens if you roll or if you dodge, which is great. Well, I think the greatsword will scale off of dex just fine. I don't think it's a question of scaling. I think it's a question of, are you going to be blocking more? You know, so strength has things like using your regular attacks, regens your stamina faster, and stuff like that. So what are you going to play? How are you going to play? Are you going to use... so if you're going to play greatsword, right? If you use something like the defensive stance, the defiant stance, you're going to be doing a lot of blocking with the greatsword. The greatsword has some really good block stuff. So you might need more stamina recovery because sometimes your heavy attacks and stuff like that can be triggering blocks and you don't want to get stamina broken. So going bonus strength might be a good path. And if you're going to go, if you're going to go all into the damage side, and you're going to be focused on crits, and you're going to be focused on that stuff, then it might just be worth it to you to go ahead and go all dex, power up that crit chance, and just do a lot more damage that way. A lot of the decisions that you make are going to be about your playstyle, right? Because you could go all strength, but then if you never block and you use all the DPS skills, then you're actually doing less damage than you could. And if you go dex, but then you take all the defiance skills and you're just constantly blocking and not attacking as much, then all that crit chance kind of goes to waste and you don't have the extra stamina. So a lot of importance is about how you're going to play, what feels the best to you. In the meantime, as you're leveling up and stuff, damage is just kind of easy, right? You just throw some damage on there and then you just go wreck everything in the face. Because it's not like the level up process of this game is terribly difficult. So in that process, just going dex or strength, it doesn't really matter, I don't think. And then just left clicking everything will probably be sufficient. Especially if you get a little life leech. It's a good thing they removed attributes from gear. Oh, I think it's a great thing. Absolutely. That was just one more thing that could brick your item. And items are already so hard to come by, that have all the stats and stuff you want. And especially the level up process has been made significantly more streamlined because of it. Because now you just pick your stats as you go. It makes things better for upgrading equipment. What if you had a strength con sword and then you get an all con sword and now you've got to respec all of your attributes just so you can readjust what has con and what has strength? Like, that sucks. Attributes on the gear was just absolutely rancid. I'm so glad they changed that. Easily one of the best decisions they've made since the game came out. Attributes on gear, just in general, is kind of a bad idea because it starts to limit build diversity, right? Especially if you have things like legendary gear or stuff like that, artifacts that always have the same stats. Then you really pigeonhole those artifacts into really specific builds. And while the artifacts are sort of pigeonholed by virtue of the type of the weapon they are anyway, somebody might be out there doing something a little tricksy and it might work. But if you always get strength on your great axe, but you're trying to do some sort of weird intelligence thing, and your artifact doesn't get the ability to get intelligence, then it just bricks your whole idea. And that's just not fun. I don't want my idea bricked over something silly, like an attribute point. Just let me pick my attributes. But I think I also care a lot more about build diversity than a lot of other people. I think there are a lot of people out there who are just like, there's a meta for a reason, metas are fun, play meta builds. And the more diversity there is, the more chance that my meta build will lose or fail. And they don't like that. But I'm all about diversity. I think diversity is balance in and of itself. If you have, 30 different viable builds, then there's no way to make a build that can win against every one of those builds consistently. And so just by virtue of that fact, your game becomes balanced. because somebody can always do something to defeat you. But if there's only 5 viable builds, then it becomes really easy to know, what your opponent is going to do, right? You get into a fight and you see which weapons they have and you just instantly know what their build is, and you instantly know exactly what, their rotation is going to be and all that stuff. And that it really, really constricts the meta in a really negative way. So being able to put whatever attributes I want on any gear I want, and being able to maybe do some off meta, substandard stuff, it means that even a build that isn't as strong as other builds potentially has a path to victory, because you have the element of the surprise, right? Because if people aren't expecting your rotation or expecting your specific set of skills, then it's going to take them a second to register and go, oh, wait, I need to get out of the way of this. Oh, wait, I need to get out of the way of this. And I think that's really important, especially in a PvP-focused game. And it's really fun. I know I'm playing a very normal build, right? Sword, shield, hatchet's not exactly interesting, but I like to see the interesting stuff. I like to get surprised, right? I like to get in a fight with somebody and be like, whoa, what's going on? Ooh, 4 pristine sapphires. Oh, thank you. Ooh, 2 pristine moonstones. Oh, thank you again. The lodestones not come back yet? That's crazy. I kind of feel like they should. I want more lodestones. Give me my lodestones. Ba-doom, 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 ba-doom. I gotta tell you, I've actually been really enjoying the open world again. Just going out and gathering and stuff, but specifically being out here in the free-for-all zone. I've really been enjoying this sort of open world, feels a little dangerous, might get in a fight experience that I've been having. I normally don't like that, but I don't feel like my progression is being hindered by not being able to win these fights out here. I don't feel like really any of my activities are being hindered by potentially losing. And I think that's a big part of why I don't like open world PvP, is because I feel like normally it's really getting in the way of me trying to, accomplish tasks and level up my character and all that other stuff. But this free-for-all zone isn't really about progression at all. It's, to me, just kind of a place to go for PvP, right? To do the things that I'm normally going to be doing, but that don't really matter to me, and getting some PvP in. And that's not usually the way I feel about zones like this, but there are so many other paths to getting gear. Honestly, the FFA zone isn't a good path to getting gear. So those doubloons are kind of meh as far as useful. If you were coming out here specifically to farm resources, which is, what I've been doing out here, I could see some of the PvP stuff getting in the way of, amassing enough resources and stuff. But there's so many resources out here that honestly, because you get to keep half, I think even if you didn't try and fight back, if you just let people kill you every time they saw you, I still think you would maybe get more resources out here than you do running a normal route. So I don't think that's a hindrance. I just don't feel hindered like at all out here. It's a little frustrating to lose fights. It's especially frustrating to lose fight to teaming cheaters. Obviously, I want to win. Feels good to win. But the frustration of losing is only about the loss. It's not about everything else I lost in the process of losing. Well, yo, my buddy said he just disconnected from El Dorado from server lag. Oh, that sucks. Yo, the West Coast is struggle bussing. Only one server, massive queues, people getting disconnected. There's people fighting over here. Or something. I thought I heard something. Give me a good charm. Yo, this game hates me today. Whatever happened to my streamer luck, dude? Feel like I'm getting scammed over here. Let's see if we can get one more set of these lodestones. Because we've only got 5 minutes left, so we'll get our lodestones and then we'll call it quits. Ooh, obsidian voidstones sold. Nice. Another 3.5k. Booyah. So yeah, so I think I'll do my outro now, and then we'll just keep getting these lodestones, and then we'll leave. But I really want to thank everybody for coming out today. As always, I enjoy streaming, and even if nobody was talking and nobody was here, I would still enjoy explaining what I'm doing to the universe. But I really, really love having people to talk to, discussing builds, discussing strategies, shooting the shit about life, whatever it is. I really, really enjoy that about streaming. So I really appreciate that y'all come and you talk and you hang out. And I mean, you're providing me almost as much entertainment as I feel like I'm providing to the rest of the world. And I appreciate that. So thank you all so much. Yeah, we will be back at about the same time tomorrow. My sleep schedule's starting to get a little messed up because I'm having trouble making myself get off the game and go to sleep. So I was up until like 6:30 last night. Because I'm a degenerate. So we'll be trying to get on at the regular time. But there's a fair chance I'll be late because I'll be sleeping. Or maybe I just won't sleep tonight, and then tomorrow I'll be in a bad mood because I didn't get no sleep. We'll try to not do that. If I don't get any sleep, then I probably won't stream. Because I don't like streaming when I'm in a bad mood. It makes the stream bad. And when I'm in a bad mood, I'm pretty cringy. All right, we get our lodestone. We're going to hit up these mithrils. We're going to hit up the other mithrils right next to the bridge over there. And then we're going to bail. Oh, I'm going to dream of some lodestones. Let me tell you, I've been having really, really vivid dreams lately about really, really weird shit. My dreams last night were about outer space. Living in a spaceship, flying around to different planets. I don't remember the whole thing, so I have really vivid dreams, and I remember them being extremely vivid, but then I don't remember what they're about. And I don't remember a lot of the specific details. The spicy salsa. I actually have recently started eating sriracha sauce with my food. Because I'm supposed to be a New Mexican. I'm supposed to be able to eat, at least somewhat spicy food, right? And I've been doing my city a disservice. Oh, we've only got 1 minute left. Oh, we got to get out of here. Because if I get stuck in the FFA zone when my GeForce Now session restarts, that would suck. Can we make it in 45 seconds? I don't think we can make it. Oh, and there's a lodestone right there. Okay, well. Oh, I thought that was a player. I was like, no. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Okay, we're going to run down to the beach over here. We're going to hide in the trees. Come on, make it to the trees. And hide right here. Okay, well, I'm going to get back on. Oh, there's going to be a queue. Oh my god. Oh my god, I just died. I definitely just died. Okay, well, thanks again, everybody, for coming out. Hope everybody has a great rest of their day. Chris, I'm really sorry about your pets, but I hope everything works out for you. And I will see you all on the next one tomorrow. Good night.